Look at you. You little old goof. Look at that in the face. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, look at you. Oh. Who's blah blah blah. Oh, he's a good boy. Who's a good baby? Yes, yes, yes. Who's your sweet baby? Me. Who's a good baby? Yes, you is. Yes, yes, yes. Oh shit! Well, good evenings. So I just started stream, and you just happened to pop in. Hey. Ow. Ow. Alrighty. Oh my god, come on. There we go. Alright. My goodness. Boom. That was good talk, bro. It was. You wanna know what's funny? I just realized that before I started stream. We just did our own grease trap. Oh, when Harley and my friend Rip City were here the other day, they were using that to get under the truck. And now it's over there. Like, just as edible as you said. No. But, yeah, I just found it funny, because we started our little thing that we did, basically just, like, right after Onion Nuggets happened, and they do their grease trap after that shit. We just did our own grease trap, basically. We just, like, that's essentially, it's just what we did there, and I like it.
What?
Oh, Grease Trap is the name of, like, the Patreon 1-hour show that DFF does for patrons. Which, instead of, you know, listening to that, you know, we had our own little thing. But I leave it to you to come up with the title of the show. The Venomous Husky Grease Trap Edition. It's the Grease Trap, the Venom Husky Edition. There we go. We'll just call that specific one that, and just call it the trial, you know, the trial run, and then we'll figure out a name later. But I think in the meantime, we'll just call it the Grease Trap Venom, the Venomous Husky Edition. It was 1 hour. I mean, yeah, and Grease Trap's an hour, you know. So, and we basically did it while they were doing their Grease Traps. So you know what? I feel like appropriating it. I'm gonna appropriate the name.
They have a Patreon?
Deep Fat Fried, yeah. I've been a Patreon with them since they fucking started doing that. Way back in, like, 5 years ago when they first started their show. It was only 237 megabytes in space now. Yeah, it wasn't really that much.
How much does that cost you a month?
Huh?
How much does that cost you a month?
I'm actually one of the legacy tiers that back when they used to do $5 and $10 tiers, so I'm the $10 tier one. Nice. So it's $10 a month. They just mushed it all to $7 a month and basically made it one singular tier. But I've just kept my $10 one because, yeah, I've supported the show for a long time. I love the content, watch it a lot, so. Been following the boys. I've been doing DFF since, like, you know, at least while they were doing their older podcasts at Drunken Peasants, so. Though, man, I only really got into them near the end of their tenure with that show. But, you know, I am feeling some fun celebratory music. So, let's see here. That is not how, oh my god, wow. Is this, you're on, fucker. do, 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 do. Sound like a sonar. Do, 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 do. Do, do. Sent you the email. Sweet. Yeah, because with my Wi-Fi spot, I could just download the file on my computer and then just upload it from there. And if I need to, I could just go to my workplace to do that. So. And you know what? Dude, maybe we can get some of my friends, you know, from work. Because I have a few of them on Discord. Maybe we can get them. So maybe when it comes to, like, talking about labor and stuff, we can actually have, like, a little, like, interview type of thing. Where you can ask us, me and my coworker, questions. Well, I mean, you can kind of already do that now because I have one of them as my roommate. But I mean, like, in my department, like, when it comes to, like, some of the people I might have talked about in the past. And then, of course, you know, before we start, you know, that shit, we can say, do you want a, you know, alias name? Do you want to just use your regular name? You know, though, if not, which is probably preferable, what type of nickname do you want us to use? And we'll, you know, do our best. At least I will do my best, you know, to not use their real name. I would need to make sure I, you know, mind myself. Because I know them by their actual names, and they know me by my name. But when it comes to, like, you know, my nickname is Ignar, or whatever nickname they want, that will be a little tricky. But I think, you know, it wouldn't be too bad. I think it'd be okay. I mean, if it ends up being like where a slip up happens or something, we could just like mute the little like second or like the little bite of sound where it's said. So, you know, tiny little edit of something like that wouldn't be a big deal. Oh, now I've fixed my Bluetooth. No. Well, that is way louder than I really wanted it to be. Jesus. Not having a good time with the speaker right now. Are you able to turn on donos? Well, I don't have any, like, donos. Well, I mean, like, in a private, like, call, because me and Venom, we're just doing a call with each other. Or do you have to have a minimum number of followers? Oh, for super chats and shit, I think it's like 1,000 subscribers or something like that. I think there's some sort of criteria. And even then, YouTube takes 30%. So if I get like $10, I don't get that until 3 months later, but it's just going to be $7, right? So it's something, I suppose. But still, it's just like, I mean, they get a cut, and it's kind of stupid just to accept monies. I mean, I do have a Cash App. Never mind. I already know I've said it before. I'm not even gonna say it again. I need to put that in my fucking description. We just did our own grease trap. That's what I'm saying. We did our own grease trap, and I love it because we were doing our little call-in thing that we did while the grease trap with DFF. You know, while the DFF crew was doing their shit. So I thought that was pretty funny. Why do you hate monies? Because money is shitty. Oh, and also that little talk Monax, you'll eventually see it. I'm gonna get it uploaded to my channel eventually. One better. Whoa! The master of the universe. The master of the universe. I feel like I sound like a dying cat. Dude, you sounded just fine, bro. You sounded just fine, okay? Like, don't worry about it. Why does everything to you sound like a dying cat? At least it's not as offensive as my dad. He heard me doing karaoke. It's like, that is like the worst thing I've ever heard. I'm like, you fucking filching bastard. It's like, I like to hear you. And then, of course, he tries, like, later that night. And it's like, and you want to bitch at me for sounding off key? It's like, nah, fam. Nah. Not happening. Where's my Toka Poker? Where'd that go? Am I just... Oh, I found it. I never heard of a dying cat, full disclosure, and I hope I never do. Luckily, I have not either. I mean, I've heard, I've heard of, like, animals that are, and I've heard of cat being sick and, would eventually, well, be, passing, but never actually, like, dying. And my first, death experience was actually with my cat. And, he didn't really make any noise. He was making poor boy, like, had I don't even know, dude. It was kind of weird. Not because, like, I was, like, he was, like, dying, like, that part wasn't. It was just, like, what's the term where basically you just, like, it's like a part of the rigor mortis thing, but it wasn't just, like, back there. It happens, like, like, with your mouth, too, a little bit, apparently. Taking free coyotes with him. He didn't kill the coyotes, sudden death. Well, my first cat, Scooter, he died of old age. Like, it was just old age, so I think, for him, it was just slowly but surely, with age, his body just kind of slowly failed. It happens right after you die. Well, like, the whole, like, you release, like, your muscles relax, and thus, like, whatever's in your gut, basically releases. That type of, that, I forgot the exact, term for it, but... Because I got an error message, but it still says it was sent. You got an error message? Well, I don't get notifications from my emails unless I have it up. So here, let me just go to it, I guess. I don't see why you'd get an error for it, because I did send you my whole thing. No, I got it. No. Yeah, I have your email. I don't know why there's an error. Yeah, it's right there. I'm not going to download it on my phone, but yeah, I got it. So I don't see why there's a problem with it. Maybe it's just an error on my end. You're just full of errors, sir. You have nothing but errors going on. What up, bitch? Hey, Harley, what's up, man? How you doing, bruh? The first email is the 7 minutes of Deus Ex recorded for test footage. Sweet. Steel, fly high in space to fly measure power, nothing special. Carl showed up at the same time. So who brought who? Did Harley bring Carl? Or did Carl bring Harley? How's Harley here before Rip City? Rip City's usually like, it's his day off. Like, Rip City should be in here. Harley Walsh, braving the enemies, fire up the beaches of Normandy. Worked an extremely long ass shift to work from 9 to 9. Oh, dude, my condolences, man. Dude, today for me wasn't necessarily that great either for a day, mainly just because it was non-stop. It was just like, I only basically had 2 breaks. Like, I was able to squeeze one in a dead period, and then I basically took one like an hour before I ended my shift. I didn't even take a lunch, though. I probably should have, but fuck it. Well, I don't care. They can eat a dick. How in the fuck does... who is that, and how does he remind you of him?
It's true. Since 1992.
You goofy dog, what do you want? I'll let Ignore explain what I mean. Oh yeah, well, for recording a grease trap, yeah. Like what we did was, we did like a little call-in, and you know, and Venom was recording the audio and the video for it, and I'm gonna upload it to my channel. He sent me the file for it and stuff, but while we're calling it, while we're saying we record our own grease trap, is because we did it for an hour, and Deep Fat Fried, they do their grease traps for the patrons, like their little 1 hour, like little show that they do after their public episodes. And after we ended it, as I was about to start this up, I just went, we just kind of did a grease trap while they were, because I was thinking like, we were recording out while they were doing their grease trap live for the patrons, and you know, so it's just kind of like referential towards that. You know, it's not like we literally, well, I mean, we kind of did a grease trap because the concept of it is just basically, you know, recording dudes just shooting the shit. Decided to pay homage to the victims of Chinese New Year shooting in LA by buying a bottle of cheap sake and drinking it. He's an alcoholic, anything excuse to drink. You got drunk, so what else is new? So it sounds like somebody who's quote-unquote low-call because he's an alcoholic that streams his alcoholism or records his alcoholism. I mean, I guess more power to him, but whatever. He's blowing his lower out. Yeah, that just seems like, yeah, he seems like he has a problem and needs to get it help. There's a difference between having, like, you know, some hard seltzers or some beers here and there, or, like, you know, once a night or some shit every now and then. You know, but still. Liver disease scares the fuck out of me. Yeah, it kind of does for me too. It's not something to fuck around with. See, that's why I don't like hardcore binge on alcohol. Like, I'll have a moment where I get a little more liberal with it, but usually, like, if I am having, like, a casual drink, like, I only have 2 beers with me, like, and chances are that's all I'm gonna have for the night. I'm gonna have fun while I, you know, do it, but whatever, you know? It's like, I mean, it's called being responsible and having moderation. So, like, you can have moderation and still have, like, you know, a nightly drink here and there. I mean, if anything, honestly, you know, like, having a beer here and there, like, on, like, a semi-nightly basis isn't even unhealthy. I mean, so, that's fine. What's up, everyone? Just finished a DFF grease trap. Dude, Colby, me and Venom, before I started my stream, because we just started it up, our stream here, but before we did that, we did our own grease trap. Me and Venom were doing a little call and recorded it up, and he sent me the video file and stuff, so I'm going to have that uploaded to my channel here pretty soon. Because it actually went pretty well. I mean, so all in all, it seems like, you know, everything went well, the audio sounds good and all that, so I'm going to see if it needs, you know, little adjustments here and there, and if not, I'm just going to just upload the raw shit. So, didn't call me? Well, we were doing a trial run. We wanted to make sure things were good, and it seems like things were, so, you know, like, eventually, hey, if, you know, like, yeah, like, we're gonna call you one of these days for sure. Fuck yeah, bro. In fact, we were talking about that on it. We're just like, yeah, we're gonna call you, maybe Rose, Colby, even, like, whoever the fuck, you know? It's like, it's kind of a show where we all can kind of chat in and shit. You know, that's kind of the idea. You know, and honestly, that will help, you know, get a possibility to potentially, you know, get other people to call in and record and stuff like that. Because let's say maybe I want to have just more of a one-on-one talk with, you know, somebody, like, let's say, like, TJ or some shit. We can have, like, Venom do the recording part, or maybe even TJ record on his end, even, and I can just take one of the, you know, recordings and upload on my end, and they can upload on their end and shit, right? So, I mean, you know, it opens the door now, you know, a little bit. It's a little interesting door, but hey, it works, so... At least in the meantime, until I get a little bit more of a semi-permanent setup to do those things on my end. We thought of you and just also got on the mail notice of them. Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit. And he pointed it into different, like, other topics we kind of evolved into as well. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, and eventually we want to get you and a bunch of other people to, you know, for different times we do it. We want to try to do it at least on a once-a-week basis, you know, at least on days that I have off and shit. What are you supposed to talk about? Whatever the fuck. I mean, we might, you know, like, what we did is, like, before we actually started recording, we, you know, were kind of brainstorming some shit, and we eventually just, you know, moved forward, you know, with at least one idea, started recording, and just kind of went from there, you know, so... I mean, honestly, it could be no topic and just kind of go wherever, or we can have at least some pre-made, you know, as a topic to go forward with, you know. Jim Lewis died. Wait, did he really? Are you just fucking saying that as a troll or a meme, or are you actually being serious with that? And if so, how do you know? Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to know. Like, yeah, because wouldn't I have been informed about that too? Because, I mean, he was very heavily, like, involved with, you know, like, conversing with me. I'm JK. Well, damn. I mean, don't at least, yeah, if you're gonna say that, at least, like, have a little more elaboration of, you know, unseriousness. Because I actually legit straight up fucking, like, thought you were being a little serious. We have no way of knowing we don't know his surname. True. But, I figured, from what I understand, he's kind of, I remember him, like, emailing me before, like, when he was doing his thing, where he had, like, you know, some family members that were still, like, somewhat, in interaction with, and and I remember him saying, it's like, oh yeah, they would ask me sometimes, why do you watch that kid, and blah, 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 and, you know, and I'm just like, okay, so, I kind of at least knew there's other people, you know, who, you know, in his life that were aware of me, so I figured if something were to happen to him, maybe there would have been, like, an email sent out or some shit, or whatever the fuck, I don't know, you know, but, I mean, I don't know, like, what his obvious, like, actual personal life was like, you know, outside of, like, the few things he said. Who? It's this dude who, when I first started streaming, was around literally from the very, very beginning, a guy named Joe Malloy. Well, at least that was his name on YouTube. That's not his real name, though Joe was probably his name, but the Malloy wasn't, because he was like an old Italian-American dude. He used to be lived in Philadelphia. He's actually was a pretty cool dude, honestly, all in all. Like, you know, talk about his life experiences in a very vague way. Yeah, then he removed all of them because he kind of was demotivated about, like, video traction, and, you know, he told me it was exactly 60. Yeah, which honestly would make me think that he wasn't, you know, like, you know, if, I don't know, like, I don't think he would be dead. I just feel like he maybe moved on, or maybe he just kind of lost interest. I don't know. I mean, you know, it's like I was doing Twitch for a few years, and I figured that, I mean, I've on straight up emailed a few times back, being like, hey, you know, I'm still around, remember me, blah, 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 and I've never gotten anything back, so, I don't know. Tidbits divulge. It was a closeted gay dude from the 70s. His boyfriend got run over and turned one of their own acid, wandering around doing whatever. Yeah, I remember that. That was one of the stories he told once, because I remember one of the times when I was on acid, actually the only time so far that I did acid, he was very, like, and I mentioned that I was going to do some, and then afterwards, I, telling my experience, he was a little, I want to say prudish, but a little, like, concerned, being like, oh, don't do that again, please, be careful, blah, 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 and honestly, like, frankly, I mean, I especially with his experience, especially if it is true, which, frankly, I don't know why he'd lie about that, so I believe it. I understand it. Like, I mean, especially if you're tripping and you fucking see that shit, I mean, fucking hell, that shit will never go away. Like, I don't care how much therapy you got, that ain't leaving. And, so it's, yeah, I can absolutely understand why, he had his thoughts about, like, psychedelics like he did. Because, seeing that shit, fuck, like, I don't even know, like, how I'd process that. I mean, seeing that sober or, like, a little drunk or high on weed would be one thing, but tripping your balls off on acid, like, fucking Christ, dude. Like, that, I wouldn't even fucking know how that can be processed. I mean, because that's like a whole nother level of, like, holy shit. On acid junior. Maybe if people are taking acid, don't play around on train tracks. That is your TED Talk by Ignar. When on acid, don't play around train tracks. Because I guess that seems to be kind of a thing that happens, unfortunately, it seems like. Which is sad, but this is why also when it comes to, moderation or responsibility, that is such an important thing, Because, I mean, I can still see the Bud Dwyer video in my head, and it's been over 20 years. So, oh, dude, you saw that shit live. That was on TV when you saw it, wasn't it? Dude, I saw that shit on YouTube, dude. That shit is fucking... Dude, yeah, I can't unsee it. And I wasn't alive when it was aired. I just saw the video when it was on YouTube. It's not anymore, because YouTube scrubbed it. But, because too graphic. Which, frankly, understandable. Bud Dwyer. Don't look it up. Well, you could look him up. There's a Wikipedia page about him. Actually, you know what? Here, I'll show a Wikipedia page, because there's actually a photo of him before he... the Hey Man Nice Shot video. Whoa. I said, hey there man, nice shot, or something. I don't even, frankly, I don't know. Hey man, nice shot. Hold on, I'm gonna look up Bud Dwyer on his Wikipedia page. Bud Dwyer. Listen to a song by Filter about him. Yeah, that's actually, yeah, funny enough, that song is actually about him. So this is the man. So this is Bud Dwyer. So that's the guy. For Pennsylvania and stuff. But here, let's go to this. So in a meeting in his home on January 15th, 1987, Dwyer discussed the idea of a press conference with his press secretary, James Duke Horshock, and Deputy Treasurer John Johnson. At the meeting, both Horshock and Johnson cautioned Dwyer not to use the conference to attack the governor or other individuals involved in his criminal conviction, because he was convicted criminally of some charges that he was actually innocent of. Both Horshock and Johnson cautioned and both suggested Dwyer that he should hold a conference at a location other than his office. Dwyer angrily rejected their suggestion, but nonetheless assured both men that he would not attack anybody involved with his conviction. He additionally stated that he would not announce his resignation at the conference, but rather thank his staff and friends. Nonetheless, both men left, assuming Dwyer ultimately resigned in the conference, so Horshock had feared that Dwyer would break his promise. The next day, Dwyer visited his lawyer, Paul Killion, who told Dwyer to express repentance for his crimes. Dwyer responded by agreeing to change his version of events, which should be presented by Judge Muir. Blah, blah, blah. So anyway, let's kind of get to the thing here. So, leading up to the press conference, acting U.S. Attorney West, who has secured a conviction against Dwyer, remarked that the treasurer was supposed resignation. It sounds like an appropriate thing to do under circumstances. It seems like it would save anybody a lot of time and aggravation. Blah, blah, blah. So, the press statement. This is when this shit happened. Giving me 47 years, blah, blah. Yeah, here, hold on. I know there's at least, like, a photo of his last... Oh, right here. This is one of the last photos of that video that I'm actually talking about. And I think it was actually I think this is actually a few frames before he pulls the trigger. A video still showing Dwyer holding his 357 second. Yeah, this is actually a still frame seconds before he, blasts. Actually, I want to kind of be careful. I want to go down here. Quickly, in the mount, pull trigger, firing for, and honestly, that's very vague. It was that, but what it was, never mind. Definitely just a fucking wacky, insane thing, dude. Only local Harrisburg in 1987 saw it. Oh, okay, 2000 and 2001. So there's a video on YouTube of Normandy lands. So you see G42. Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of combat footage like that you can find on YouTube. What seems nuts to me is the camera crew made an effort to zoom in on him, like, why? Dude, that was a little fucked up, wasn't it? I mean, like, that, dude, I mean, I will admit, like, why did the camera crew do that? Like, shouldn't they have, like, just left it there or something? I mean, and, dude, what's fucking insane is that during that day, there were, it was a snowstorm, so kids were at home that day. So they get to see all that shit, dude. Like, oh my fucking god, man. You ever think about the camera shot or the tape delay? I mean, to be fair, yeah, I mean, to be fair, you are right. You just kind of react, and you're just like, oh shit, oh, like, and you kind of see it, and you kind of like, yeah, I mean, as a camera guy, you're thinking about it, like, you're looking through the whole thing, and you just see it happen, and you're just like, what the fuck, and you point, and you go down to see, like, did that just happen, and then you, like, zoom in and look, and be like, oh, and then you, like, do this, and went, oh, fuck, that happened. Like, if anything, I'm actually now, that's probably what happened. Like, the dude was, like, looking like this, for his whole fucking camera thing on a tripod or whatever the hell, and that happened, and he went, oh, shit, like, did this, and, like, probably went like that, and that caused, like, the whole thing to zoom in or some shit, like, he maybe, like, jolted, and then just, like, looked out, and just, like, stepped back, and just, like, oh, fuck. It's just like, I mean, yeah, honestly, like, at a certain point, the camera just doesn't move anymore. Like, it points down, zooms really quick, and then it's just not moving anymore after that. And that's probably because the camera guy just, like, reacted and, like, pointed down and went, oh, fuck, and unintentionally zoomed in and just, like, stepped away from it, like, what just fucking happened? Like, there's somebody going, oh, shit, fuck, what do we do? It's like, god damn it, like, some guy is just like, literally just saying that, like, in the background, just like, while everyone else is like, oh, and like, what the and everyone is, so some guy's trying to be like, I gotta do something, but fuck, like, because he's in shock, he doesn't, like, his brain can't process, like, what to do. Because, yeah, what the fuck do you do at that point? It's like, well, you can't save him, he's dead now. Like, I mean, like, like, so what the fuck? It's just, Jesus. It's fucking insane. And the fucked up thing is that he was found later to actually, after he died, was actually found to be innocent of the crimes he was convicted of. He wasn't even found to have done any wrongdoing. And a lot of it was just because of a lot of heavy public pressure, to, like, him to resign, because he even basically thought he was, like, he did it, and he was like, fuck it, my career, my life is just ruined at this point, because, I'm not going to be able to, like, get anywhere even out of politics at this rate, so fuck it. That's basically is probably what he thought, but, fuck, dude, I kind of feel for him, honestly. Like, I honestly really do. Muscle memory reflexes, pulling a gun out. If you see an eye for fire, pulling on you by mere muscle memory. Emphasis on muscle memory reflexes. Oh wait, everyone thinks if but 99% of people freeze up and stand there with their mouth agape like a deer in headlights. That's why I put such muscle memory. Well, yeah. And that's why training, I mean, honestly, that's why training is so important. Like, that's why having, you know, like, some sort of training, some sort of, like, you know, so much that is ingrained. That's why, honestly, you know, as much as it does seem kind of stupid and dorky, you know, like, let's, you know, for me, for example, I have firearms, you know, but, you know, let's say for someone like, you know, me, like, practicing, like, oh, shit, let's say a home invasion happened, and me kind of hypothetically, like, being like, all right, let's say my shotgun's in my room. Hey! Hey! Anyway, but, like, let's say, you know, my shotgun's in my room or something like that, and my dog's going off like that or some shit, and I'm hearing some shit going on in the other room, you know, I can at least, you know, be like, all right, here, let me, you know, play, you know, something in my head and have, like, you know, knowing my house, obviously, you know, and knowing my, you know, the weapon I have, and being like, all right, how would I navigate, you know, in my own home with something like this? You know, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, because it adds muscle memory, you know, where, like, you know, some stuff is, you know, like, when it comes, you know, like, you know where things are and what, you know, to do in a situation when it comes to, you know, practicing enough times, because you eventually build a muscle memory. I mean, because honestly, you know, that's not necessarily inherently a bad thing. Does it seem a little weird, you know, like wandering around your house pretending to be all tactical or some shit, you know, whatever the fuck, you know, with your handgun or something? Sure. But honestly, there's some legitimate merit to it. If you're actually trying to be like, all right, let's say somebody's in the kitchen and I'm in my bedroom, you know, like, how would I, you know, walk into a situation like that and repeat that, you know, type of thing, so you at least have some muscle memory into addressing a situation that may legitimately happen or something like that. You know, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to, but to at least build a muscle memory so you're not just like, oh fuck, there's a dude there, and you freeze up or some shit, not knowing what to do, like, you know, or just running in there and just like trying to tackle a guy and just like, well, now what? You know, at that point, then, you know, shit's not gonna go good, and you're probably gonna get far more hurt than, you know, having at least some sort of a muscle memory of how to go into a situation versus just going blindly and just hoping that you're gonna be the big tough shot that, you know, wins or something. Want to see look at the footage of the IGN Yamato's death? Oh, the Yamato? Dude, yeah, that shit honestly is pretty crazy. When we're watching a video and my voice is definitely softer than yours, then I would just, you know, kind of tweak with your mic and just kind of boost it. Well, the syncing of the ship doesn't really raise to a level of seeing individual bodies. Yeah, it's not really a crazy footage, but I mean, it is. But yeah. Speaking of deer in headlights, imagine how shocked the sailors at Pearl Harbor must have been during the surprise attack. Honestly, for fucking real. Because, like, they weren't really necessarily thinking they were going to be at war or anything, obviously. And with that, you know, it was like a sense of, like, oh, hey, why, like, some of the comments that some actual accounts of sailors have been quoted, it's like, why are there planes with meatballs, you know, on their wings and shit flying around? And, you know, they were initially all confused. And then, as soon as, you know, they heard explosions and shit kicked off, they're like, wait, what the fuck is going on? And they're like, are they attacking us? And then, like, basically after the first wave hit, they're like, we just were fucking attacked. And I think that was Japan. And then the second wave hit, and they're like, oh fuck, like, okay, well, we should probably at least start shooting back, but it didn't really work because so much of their shit was fucked up by that point. Didn't, you know, it was basically, didn't really, sadly, didn't stand a chance. However, though, they did do the attack on probably the worst fucking day, you know, ever. Because that was the day that the U.S. carriers decided to do some training exercises and a little bit of naval exercises out in sea. And the Enterprise and Lexington, all these carriers that were meant to be there weren't there. You know, so a lot of those ships that the Japanese were trying to target that day weren't even there. A lot of our older vessels were, like the old battleships and shit, so frankly, if anything, it wasn't even really that big of a deal in the sense of at least, like, material loss of the vessels themselves, because the core of what was needed, the carriers, were not even there. So, it didn't really matter that the battleships and the cruisers and shit were destroyed. I mean, frankly, especially with the, the bear that is America that was unleashed after that. I mean, we're making those fuckers left and right. So, I mean, at least when it came to the material loss, it wasn't even necessarily that big, but it was just like the shock and the political and actual lives that were lost and everything around it that made it so shocking and so abhorrent. It wasn't necessarily like the material that was lost. Though a lot of vessels and a lot of shit was just blown to shit. Like fuel tanks were taken out. A lot of the airports, a lot of the airfields were targeted. Like some of the waves before going into the island, some of them split off to go into specific airfields that they knew had American aircraft at. When it came to like fighters and shit. So, there was a whole coordinated fucking effort. They're gonna make sure that like nothing was gonna get in the air. And I think in totality, the Japanese basically, I think, only lost like 50 aircraft in totality. And most of that was basically just due to flak or, aircraft problems. Not necessarily due to actual like aircraft, air-to-air combat or anything like that. I mean, I don't even think there was actually. I mean, I think there was some by the last wave, like the third wave. I know there's at least two, and I think the third wave was eventually partially called off because they started getting some air-to-air combat shit with the Zeros, as fighter escort, and they're like, all right, we should probably just pull off because they're well aware and whatever defenses they do have are, pointed at us at this point. We've done enough damage, we can, call the rest of this attack off. So, to lose once the Soviets got involved. Well, the Soviets got involved basically at the very, very, very end. Unless you consider the Kashlin-Gol incident in Mongolia. So, unless you consider that. Italian Navy got fucked. Italian ships are of high quality and Italians are good sailors, but the Regia Marina was poorly led and caused Italian soldiers, in the case of Italian soldiers during World War II. Well, honestly, from what I understand, a part of it was because the Italian higher command was because Mussolini being an egomaniac. Well, actually, from what I understand, there's a little bit of slight misunderstanding about it. Just a little. Because from what I understand, and actually, was that Mussolini had a little bit more of a long game, that he had in mind. He, obviously an egomaniac and a fucking fascistic shitbag, but he was slightly more cunning than Hitler was. In a sense that he was doing more of a long game. He was trying to, more slowly build up his forces and shit, and not so rapidly, unlike, mainly because he didn't necessarily have as much industry that Germany did, so they couldn't do it as rapidly, so they needed some more time. So they were trying to do more of a long game, but Hitler was a lot more of a risk taker, while, Mussolini wasn't, and he was a lot more reactionary, a lot more impulsive with his expansionism in comparison to Mussolini. Basically needed more time to prepare, basically. And a way to do that was also the most predominant volunteer force that was sent into Spain for the fascists and the nationalists at the time was the Italians. Because it was the perfect way to get some combat experience for the bulk of their Italian army, for at least a good chunk of it. So they can at least be some of the NCOs, the officers, and some of the higher command with some of the structure of their military and shit, that at least have some experience, to teach new recruits. So there was a whole, longer-term game plan that, Mussolini was kind of going with, but when Hitler kicked it all off, he was like, well, goddammit, fuck it, I guess we gotta go join in on this shit. And ended up, having to basically have, Hitler pick up the slack for him because he wasn't totally ready for it. Which, good thing, honestly. I mean, I'm not saying it was a bad thing, with all things considered, but it's kind of interesting, how, just because of, more broader geopolitical, grander schemes of, how, both wanted to establish, their empires, basically, and at least in how the timeline they wanted to do it just clashed too much. Like, they couldn't, like, work together enough with that shit. And even then, Hitler didn't even think of Italians as a part of the, like, the Aryan race anyway. So he kind of thought of them as just, like, dumbish and brutish and just, you know, didn't give a fuck. To Hitler, the Italians were a means to an end. So he didn't give a fuck if they were prepared or not. Especially as the war went on, he was actually, you know, getting more like having a negative opinion about Italians in general. Italian bombers are faster than most fighters, because weren't a lot of them just like, you know, either twin engine or single engine, like ground attack aircraft basically? And because of that, like, some of them could basically just be like boom and zoom fighters, because a lot of the aircraft are basically just like, you know, biplanes or like early interwar monoplanes, like the Iplov, like I-16 or whatever the fuck, like that tiny little open canopy little plane. Oh yeah, tanks, planes, very soon, yeah, all sorts of shit was, the Spanish Civil War was basically like a testing ground for Germany, Italy, France, the Soviet Union, shit like that. It was why he lost Dunkirk. I don't think anyone figured out why he decided to hold back. Yeah, there was elements and definitely certain points where Hitler even hesitated, because, you know, a lot of it was probably due to the geopolitics of trying to get everyone else on board of his shit because of, you know, their lack of preparedness. Like, because at least in that case, yeah, sure, you know, the Third Reich at that rate was more prepared. They had a far bigger war machine, for sure, in comparison to, like, Italy, Hungary, and, like, the puppeted Slovak state and shit, like, and all that. Like, I mean, they just didn't have nowhere near preparedness, and basically, thus, kind of made Hitler have to, like, hold back a little bit and, you know, kind of, like, literally, like, drag them by their legs, you know, to catch up, essentially, even though they weren't ready for it. The Brigade Aeronautica was very conservative-minded and valued maneuverability above all else, and such stuck with biplanes longer than other nations. With the CR-42, yeah. Because that aircraft was, while a good plane, you know, was frankly kind of shitty, all things considered, when you have, like, the 109, the Spitfire, even, like, the D510, or the D5, or the, I think it's the DS510 or DS511, where it's, like, the French fighter. Like, even that was, like, is fucking superior to that damn thing. I mean, shit, even, like, some of the early, you know, Soviet aircraft, like the Yakovlev 3s and shit like that, or the Yak 1s, and, you know, I mean, even, like, the Chaika, like, the I-153 was probably, like, better. Yeah, the dual twin, or, I probably just butchered that, I'm just not even gonna try to say that, but yeah, the D510, yeah. I'm just gonna call it that. Not to derail too much, but how do we get into this World War II conversation? Diwatin? Oh wait, so did I actually pronounce it initially first time right? Because I think that's how I said it initially, right? Diwatin? Yeah, I think, okay, so I did pronounce it correctly, so I didn't butcher. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't assume so quickly that I butcher things. I am American after all. I don't understand these French lingo bingo words. You got your ear flipped over like a goof. You silly little boy. You're a silly boy. When do you think you'll be able to post that? Probably sometime either tomorrow or Wednesday, possibly. Either that or Thursday. One of those days, honestly. Because I am working tomorrow, so I probably won't have enough time to do it. I mean, I'll see. I might be able to. If not, then Wednesday for sure, possibly. Because then, like, well, I am going to try to go shooting at the range that day. So, well, actually, you know, yeah, I could probably at least get it sometime, maybe later in the evening, you know, with that one. The Winter War ought to be put in the game sometime. Oh, dude, 100%. Dude, I'm also starting to agree. Like, all three of those, like, pre-World War II era, like, you know, front lines and wars and stuff would be so cool to expand upon. Either as, like, RPGs, first-person shooters, whatever the fuck. You know, like, or like a Company of Heroes style, like, game and shit, like an RTS thing. Like, honestly, like, any game format, dude, I'd be totally down for that type of shit. Or just, like, expand World War II into shit that isn't really talked about much. Like, the front in Burma, you know, if the British Raj and, like, the Japanese fighting there. Fucking, like, in Indo-China with, like, you know, Vietnam, or, like, you know, or even the Cashling Goal incident. Shit, I mean, there's a lot of cool things you can make, you know, when it comes to, like, a video game, even if it's, like a short, little, small game, you know, where it's, like, basically it's just, like, a short, little, cool campaign and a big multiplayer map or something like that, you know, the Cashling Goal incident, you get to do that. I mean, that'd just be cool. Like, and honestly, I don't see why, you know, like, games like Hell Let Loose or, you know, some shit like that, you know, doesn't just make a map and just, like, set something up like that, because honestly, it's just such a ripe opportunity. Play one game. Oh yeah, Men at War Sword Squad 2. That's the only game. And honestly, Men at War Sword Squad 2 is just basically like a slightly expanded version of the first game. And you could directly control some of the, you know, units. Beyond that, it's basically just the same as the first one. And, you know, you get more campaigns, I guess. And I guess that is one of them being Burma. And even then, I mean, it's just one map. And it's just one mission. I'm talking about, like, a whole campaign, multiple missions, different areas, different maps even, of Burma. Like, the whole fat thing about, like, a game just in that region. Or just in the Winter War, or whatever the fuck. The only game that has ever done, like, the Winter War or some shit like that would be, like, IL-2 1946. And that's an old flight sim that I still play to this day. I love it. And it actually basically can run on any computer because it's an older one. And it has, like, a campaign that you can do where it takes place in the Winter War and the Continuation War during World War II. And also has a 1946 campaign of an alternate history and shit, so that's pretty cool. So, I mean, all in all, like, it's been explored a little bit with games in the past, but I want, like, a game just in that shit. Like, I want a game where it's, like, you know, like the northern fronts of, like, you know, like of Leningrad, where you're, like, battling the Finns or the Soviets or some shit, or, like, you know, your German battalion that's helping out the Finns or something. I don't, you know, some shit like that. That'd be dope. Or shit, like some very near the end of the war type of stuff. Like, I mean, the only game that I could think of that did that pretty well was Battlefield 5 with one campaign mission that you play as a German tank crew. But I did want, like, you know, just a game that's based on that type of stuff. Like, and honestly, I already can think of a name for it. Just call it 1945. Boom. And then just have, like, you know, each campaign set as, like, a character, you know, in the end war stages. Like a soldier in Okinawa, you know, an American soldier in Okinawa, and, like, a Soviet soldier in Berlin, a German soldier in Berlin, or, like, you know, I forgot the name of the castle, but there was a time just before the war ended, or I think it was literally like a day after, I think, or just a day before. It was literally like right around the time the war was about to end. And there was this battalion of Wehrmacht troops that essentially at this point just conceded and just said, you know, yeah, Battle of Castle City, yep, that's it, that's the one I'm thinking about. And these, you know, Wehrmacht troops essentially said, you know, we've lost, fuck it, you know, these Americans are actually kind of, oh yeah, Castle Ida. Not sitter, itter. Yeah, but okay, yeah, but yeah, Carl knows what I'm talking about, though. So a lot of and because a lot of these Wehrmacht troops were actually being pretty chill with a lot of American troops. I think there was a few prisoners of war, a couple French politicians, and a few other people that were like stuck in his castle. And there was an SS, like diehard loyal Nazis that were stuck there and were like, we're gonna fight to the death and all that shit. And eventually, some of the prisoners, kind of routed them out, and along with some of the help of the Wehrmacht. And then the Americans kind of came in, got a tank up there, and the SS tried to make a counterattack to come back. And the Germans, the prisoners and the Americans with their tank were all fighting these SS Nazis and shit. It was actually a really cool moment of some of the enemy now is your ally and is combating the enemy. It's honestly pretty cool shit. It's a cool story, honestly. I might be wrong, but I think there might be a movie about that. Yep, the SS wasn't controlled by the Wehrmacht. They were basically their own, political branch. They were like a political military branch, essentially. They were not controlled by the Wehrmacht by really any real means. Not saying the Wehrmacht are saints by any metric. I mean, I'm not saying there's some sort of every soldier isn't is not a Nazi myth or whatever the fuck. I mean, yeah, there's plenty of Wehrmacht troops who are also loyal Nazis, but I mean, it was at least one of these cases where at least in that instance, it wasn't totally the case. It was controlled by the aspects of the government directly. Yep. That's why I say it was basically a political branch. It was like a militarized political, it was basically it was essentially like the military, like a direct, separate paramilitary wing of the political diaspora of the Nazi party, basically. I mean, it was formed from the Sturmabteilung, the SA. Or the Sturmabteilung, I think is what they were called. I forgot the full name of it, but I know they were initially formed by the SA. After Ernst Röhm, a lot of the SA higher-ups were killed and then reformed into the SS. So. A lot of weird, interesting, fucking complex history of that shit. It also kind of shows how much Nazis tend to eat each other alive. And a lot of the fascists tend to do this. Cooler uniforms and even cooler toys sometimes, sure. And also camouflage. Honestly, the SS were, a lot of their camouflage, at least a lot of general military camouflage designers, the SS were basically the first ones to get that stuff. And honestly, there was a lot of, World War II German-era, camouflage that's actually kind of cool looking. I mean, I'll at least admit. That's basically the only thing that the Nazis kind of have going for themselves is, their uniforms and camouflage. That's basically about it. Literally, that's basically it. There really ain't much. I guess the Autobahn, I suppose, there's not really many things that you could find from them. And honestly, the most generic one is the whole uniform thing, so I feel like I can have a pass with saying that, because, I mean... It wasn't even, the Nazis don't even necessarily hold that style of uniform anyway. They appropriated it. It's actually more of, a Prussian-style uniform. They took it off of, the Weimar German Empire days, and they took it from the Prussian Empire days. So, I mean, they stole it from, some other motherfuckers anyway. So, I mean, it's not even inherently, a Nazi-style uniform. The East German Army, the National Volksarmy, basically copy-pasted the uniform, but just made it just... Soviet Communist German aesthetic instead. Instead of the Goldmund's Uns belt buckle, they just had the East German sextant and hammer thing, with the wreath and everything around it. They just had that instead. So it's honestly, I mean, the Nazis aren't even the ones that hold that uniform style directly. I mean, they just stole it for a while. Even the Bundeswehr during West Germany kind of appropriated some of it. They just changed it up a little bit because they didn't want to get too close to it. They didn't want to be associated that directly. It's I mean, it's a uniform. I think you'll be fine. These Germans, changed it up a little bit, and they were just fine. So I think you're okay. God damn it. The gameplay's wait, what? A Ferrari game was called by once played an RTS game where Hitler was yeeted by Operation Valkyrie and the government reformed into democracy but continued to war. The game plays like the Russian Revolution happens in Germany. Huh. If you end up finding out what that game is called, that would be pretty legit, because that sounds like a fun game to play. I got to fire a Czech semi-automatic rifle that was used by the SS once. Pretty nicely made piece. You'd think idiots would have adopted design for the old military. Do you know what gun it was? Because honestly, the Czechs had some pretty cool weapons, like the VC-58. Funny enough, with that weapon, when during the Cold War, like the USSR and like the broader like Warsaw Pact, like arms, industry and shit was like looking at Czechoslovakia like, hey, comrades, we have 7.62 by 39. You need to make 8K that, can be like, that shoots 7.62 by 39, and it can be interchangeable with all 8K. And the Czechs were like, fuck you. Like, this basically is what they said, essentially, and they were just like, you know what, we'll keep that 7.62 by 39 in mind, but we're gonna just make our own fucking gun. Go fuck yourself. I mean, that's basically, essentially, is what they did. Trolled around a little bit, and made the VZ's 58 and showed it to them, and they're like, this looks like 8K, but it's not 8K. Can we interchange any of these parts? And they're just like, no. It shoots 7.62 by 39, though. You happy? And then they adopted it, and they were fine with it. So, they got away with it. But pretty much like every Warsaw Pact nation, like Poland, East Germany, Yugoslavia, like even Yugoslavia, like all these countries, you had their own, like, AK, design to where pretty much at least for the most part, like most parts outside of, at least for the Yugos, in the Romanian style AKs, like outside of the furniture, essentially for the most part, all interchangeable. So it makes it very easy to, let's say there's a hot war, like let's say you're, East Germans are, on the same combat front as the Polish, and they need to get some part replacements. Hey, the Poles at least got some AKs too, just take some of theirs, there you go. It's actually not a bad idea, frankly, honestly. It's actually a good idea if you think about it. So, all in all, I mean, with that, like, the Soviets actually, and the Warsaw Pact broadly, actually had kind of a good idea, in mind with that. But the Czechs, they were stubborn, and we're just like, no, we're not doing that. We'll keep the 7.62 by 39. That's a good round. But we're gonna make our own thing out of that. And they did. So, base Czechs. Honestly, like, the Czechs don't really get enough recognition. Like, the Czechs are pretty based. Even today, like, the modern Czechs now, like, even they're pretty based. Like, I mean, I'd love to go to the Czech Republic, bro. Sounds like I mean, they don't really get enough recognition. Like, it's a pretty dope. It's a pretty dope place. Start a flippity flop now. Good lord. See, you talk about terrible roster aspects of her, like, nukes, but back then it was really messed up. It was starting to fade the world would go. I mean, I guess in a certain way you could say the same now. Like, it's uncertain how the fate of the world could go now. Like, but anyway, I guess that's more of a deeper philosophical thing, but whatever. It's really, to put yourself in the same mindset of those who live. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it is pretty difficult. I mean, because the only reason I say it's not possible, because we do have, like, video and footage, like we have photos, we have direct accounts, documents, all sorts of shit that can at least give us a perspective. Obviously we can't put ourselves, like, directly there, but we can we can at least kind of somewhat get an understanding about how potentially it could have been like. Obviously we'll never know because we were never there, but I mean, there's at least a way to kind of at least, get an idea about, like, maybe how things could have potentially have been. But, like I said, I mean, it's, just because like I say, it's, would probably be harder to kind of put yourself in a perspective of, like, some Napoleonic era shit, because, it's like you never had, like, photos or, videos or anything like that, to really kind of base off of. You just really have, like, strict documentation and records and accounts from the event at the time, or, artist depiction and stuff like that, you know, and obviously, you know, what technology they had at the time and stuff like that. I mean, there's at least, you can kind of have an idea, and the farther back that you go, the harder it is to kind of truly get an idea about what things could have been, but, I mean, there's certainly going to be no true way to really put yourself in there. I wouldn't say nay impossible, but I would say it's at least definitely very fucking difficult. Because the farther back you go, the harder it is, but, you know, but there's at least kind of a sense of, like, being able to at least, like, you know, with at least what details are available, kind of put yourself in those type of shoes, at least somewhat, like, ethereally, I guess, you know, on a figurative level. Or go to lost land invasion, already have lost Sunshine houses already in Europe and elsewhere. And just in Okinawa alone, if you think about it. I mean, just think about, like, how the Battle of Okinawa was. And how fucking brutal that shit was. Like, I mean, honestly, like, I mean, it was, like, Okinawa, and also what made it so fucked up was also it happened to be during a rain season. So there's a lot of rain and a lot of mud and a lot of other shit that was bogging down a lot of the campaign during that shit, and it just made it so much worse. Like, frankly, I mean, honestly, I remember some of, like, that type of stuff just with the TV show The Pacific that was on HBO back in the day. And, like, it was, like, even just that in itself just, like, can just kind of show to me, like, shit was fucked, you know, like, I mean, like, that island, like, honestly, like, I mean, people think about, like, Stalingrad, or, like, Berlin, or, like, all these other fucking places in, like, Europe and shit, but, like, dude, those fucking island-hopping Pacific campaigns were just fucking nothing else, dude. Like, there's nothing like that shit. Like, that is some of the most fucked, like, shit that, like, any person had to go through. Like, anybody. Even on the Japanese side of things, like, it's the most fucked, brutal form of combat that was, like, enacted, honestly. Because of the utter sheer, like, you know, basically, really, just, if you think about it, just like a take no prisoner, fucking, like, you know, realistically, like, every man for himself type of shit. I mean, because, like, you know, a lot of, you know, Japanese forces, like, made so many tunnels, so many little, like, foxholes, so many different little places and traps and all sorts of shit, and basically were ingrained, you know, into the idea of, like, you know, you fight to your last breath and you kill to your last breath type shit. It was insane. In so many different accounts from places like Peleliu, Saigon, Guadalcanal, Okinawa, Iwo Jima, all these islands and all these places, Taro Atoll, all these places, like, the accounts of them are just fucking insane. Nothing, honestly, for me at least, nothing comparable to, like, in Europe and shit. While in a lot of, you know, combat zones in places like in Europe, the East or Western fronts were fucked. I mean, frankly, to me at least, in my opinion, nothing comparable to the shit that was like those island hopping campaigns. Imagine being a sailor in that shit. Like, you know, fucking, you know, like, being on these boats and shit, and you just have endless waves of fighters, guns going off everywhere, fucking, like, you know, your boat's probably gonna be sinking, like, you know, some plane just rammed into the fucking plane, you know, in your ship, and, like, 100 feet away, that you're, like, I mean, shit was insane. I mean, it was just, like, I mean, I can't imagine, yeah, I can't. Like, because it's, like, at least for me, it's, like, some shit that's just not fucking comparable. You know, like, I could kind of imagine a little bit how, like, you know, the Eastern fronts or, like, the Western fronts of Europe were, like, a little bit. Obviously not in totality. I can never truly, you know, put myself in, you know, like, a grunt's shoes there. But there ain't no way in fucking hell I can even imagine that shit outside of just, like, you know, the visual entertainment medium of, like, something like the Pacific or something like that. You know, because, I mean, how do you truly quantify, like, the brutality outside of just, like, what can be, like, sanitized to show? And even then, that doesn't really give you a true picture. Like, the Pacific, like, with that miniseries, like, it kind of, it was able to get away with a lot of shit because it was on HBO, frankly. I mean, because if it wasn't there, it would be so insanely more sanitized. And even then, I thought that show was kind of sanitized because, like, it was taken from direct accounts from the 1st Marine Division. And they were like on the front lines of like some of the main islands and some of the main places that they were hitting. And they saw some shit. And, and they had to kind of at least, fictionalize or at least, sanitize to some degree their stories and their accounts, because so much of it was just that fucking brutal and that just insane. It's the hard way that we could have helped the Chinese nationalists in order to create the U.S. allied puppet in the region. We kind of did. It's called Taiwan. Though I guess that kind of goes into all sorts of other shit. I probably just stirred a hornet's nest saying that, didn't I? Oh boy. Well, the Chinese did create a puppet state, but they did so with Soviets instead. Yeah. DPRK. Yeah, I mean, but also that was partially like, I mean, the Korean War is a little bit of like a mixed bag in itself, because like, I mean, it was initially like power grab. I mean, if you think about it, because Korea during World War II and before that was just a colony to Japan. It was just literally part of the Japanese Empire for, I mean, I actually don't know when it like got totally subsumed, but I'm assuming for quite some time, for a while, like there, it didn't have like a Korean independence for quite some time, but as soon as there was nothing there, and there's now a power vacuum. I mean, and essentially, obviously, as World War II ended, and now Japan is basically under the authority of General MacArthur, the military yunkta boy. And from there, you have like a lot of different forces and a lot of different, people, at least just domestically within Korea itself, that are going to be vying to reestablish a Korean government, and in certain ways, and obviously there's left and right and nationalistic and socialistic and this and that and all sorts of ideas vying for that shit. And of course, when it comes to, at least, with China at that time, after just recently winning their civil war, and then with the Soviet Union after just winning World War II and what they at least called it the Patriotic War, it's like they're kind of vying for a little bit of like, how do we kind of continue to grow our influence? So, I mean, it's just, yeah, and as they're saying, the history of Korea is fascinating and tragic, because, I mean, the tragedy about Korea, at least in my mind, is that it's always kind of been like, just a point of interest for a lot of geopolitics, and Korea, or the Koreans, underneath, are basically just kind of used as the pawns, and thus ends up being kind of a major tragedy, because like, I mean, look at Korea now. It's not the result of Koreans vying for their for their state and shit. It was due to geopolitics. They didn't choose to be North and South and divide each other based off of some arbitrary line that America and the broader, Soviet / Chinese, forces, fucking established as a neutral way to not, go to war with each other and nuke each other. Try to carve bomb board between China, Korea to hold back Chinese back with radiation. Yep. Honestly, there was a lot of, like, I mean, it's the reason why it's called the Forgotten War, because there's not a lot known about it, but when, with the little that is known, at least that I know, it is fucking insane. Like, another thing that is also pretty interesting is that, when it comes to aerial warfare, like, it fundamentally changed, at least especially for America, from that, from when the Korean War begun. Because you want to know how they started that shit? They're flying like B-29s and P-51s around, thinking the traditional way of doing like, bombing, warfare and, bombing runs and stuff was going to work. But the MiG-15 was around. The big boy, the jet, that bad boy was flying around. So it literally became, like, I forgot the exact name of it, but there was a time where there was, like, I think at least like 100-something B-29s are doing a massive, bombing run. And there was like a mixture of like P-51s and I think the P-80s, like those early American jets that we had in service for a little bit. And I think that was about it. And these MiG-15s, from North Korea, basically just slaughtered the fuck out of all of them. Like, there was like barely any aircraft that came back from that. And from there, they were, American forces were just like, oh shit, we need to really rethink this. We need to get like our jet game on point. Like it's because the Soviet Union actually was like the #1 player for a while, because especially of the MiG-15, that they were like the big #1 motherfucker when it came to like having a jet. And a combat one at that, and having a viable one that was better than anything at that time, up until the F-86 came into play. Because that was pretty much the only thing that became a major competitor to the MiG-15 was the F-86 at that point. And the only reason why is because it had 6 50 cals and also a jet. So it's like it basically took the P-51, put it on steroids, slapped a jet on it, and called it good. And it did. It worked. And there was a lot of successes with it. And they actually made a variation where they had 4 20mm cannons on it. But at least when it comes to at least with the MiG-15, with that bad boy... Hey! Shut up! Shut up! It had 2 23mm cannons and 1 37mm cannon. So... big guns. Like, the MiG-15 was a big boy. Let's revive the Ignaris perspective server. So we can use the voice chat room there. That would be a good idea. Yeah. Though I'll probably just not revive that one, but just make up a new one. The MiG-15 is still in service today, because it's all they have, lol. The MiG-15 is all over the world. Like, Russia doesn't even use those anymore. China doesn't even use them anymore. Like, I mean, it's more like smaller nations, and if anything, they use them as trainers. Like, they're basically, at this point, either like training aircraft or like parade aircraft. They're not actually like used for any real combat service. I mean, some countries still use them for that type of stuff, but I mean, for the most part, like the major nations like Russia or like, China or any other countries, they don't really use them anymore. So I don't really need to. When you got like only the DPRK, I thought like Pakistan and like a few like African countries were using them as like trainer aircraft or like reconnaissance aircraft. The rest of the world are commercial, yeah. Well, yeah, because I know they're not used as like actual like military, service aircraft unless it's like, reconnaissance shit. Because I mean, the MiG-15 could still be pretty good, like having it, flying high altitude, being reconnaissance or something. I mean, it could still be pretty useful for things like that. But beyond that, I mean, it's not real any serious military use for something like that, unless you're training a pilot, at least when it comes to at least operating a jet aircraft, at least getting, used to, controls like that. But also at that point, there's more modernized aircraft, that, militaries can use, when it comes to trainers. Like, for example, like there's the L-39. Which is like this small little, 2-seater aircraft, and it's used as either a ground attack aircraft or at least primarily as a trainer. It's used to train pilots. So, I mean, for the most part, like, even with the whole idea to use it for training services, like, there's other aircraft, that you can use for training. I think DPRK even only uses them for training. Exactly my point. Because there's, like, because even the DPRK knows that a MiG-15 would not be good, to use as the frontline service fighter or anything outside of reconnaissance. And even then, they understand that would not really be needed because they have other aircraft for it. I mean, it's like DPRK is obviously basically got like 2 cents in a Pop-Tart for a military budget, but they still got modern shit because they're kind of propped up by China and to a lesser extent Russia. So they still got, some relatively modern stuff. I mean, it's just like 1980s or 1990s level modern stuff. They don't really got like the most toppest level shit. I mean, they got like a little bit, but it's nothing to cry home to mama about, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, how cute. That's kind of how it is, basically. The F-22 can carry tactical nukes, for fuck's sake. Yeah. The latest stuff they have is 80s era Soviet stuff. I mean, yeah, and they might have some 1990s era stuff, you know, from China. But beyond that, they don't really have anything. NASA uses the British Canberra. Oh, dude, the Canberra is so cool. It's such a cool looking plane. High altitude scientific instrument aircraft. That's awesome. That's pretty cool. You know, honestly, like a plane that's like pretty cool, that's old, but is still used today. And honestly, if I was a pilot, I would fucking own, like, as my personal plane, is the Antonov AN-2. It's literally like this gigantic biplane. I shit you not. It's just a gigantic biplane. Because it's on, like, because funny enough, it's actually a very well-made plane. It, like, you know, for all intents and purposes, because essentially, like, it has, like, a very short, takeoff, you know, length, basically, so you can take it off, you know, for very short runways. It's basically meant to be, like, you know, a field plane. Like, you can land it on fields and, like, in valleys out in the mountains and shit like that. It's one of those type of planes. But it's just big. and also, like, it can, and I know for sure it's definitely used by some military services, but also it's a commercial plane, too. It's, like, used as crop dusters, a lot of private owners. Some airlines will use them and fly them. You know, a lot of different, like, private companies will use them as, like, you know, like I said, for crop dusting services and shit like that. You know, like, they're, you know, cargo transport, you know, for, like, short, you know, regional, like, transport stuff. You know, I mean, they're actually a very useful little plane. And from my understand, like, are actually not that expensive either. Like, they're actually pretty affordable little aircraft. I mean, so, for all intents and purposes, for what it is, it's like a pretty decent little plane. And like I said, it's like this biplane, too. And it's, like, here, let me show you, like, a little video of one of these things. These things look so interesting, but so cool. It's also nicknamed the Annie. It's also known as the world's biggest biplane. There you go. This is what it looks like. See what I mean, though? Look at this sucker. Look at this little dude. Let's skip a little bit. Watch it take off. Up in the air. See how short that was? And up you go. But dude, look at the size of that thing. For a biplane, that thing is huge. But dude, it looks so cool. Dude, that would be my dream plane. Like, I would totally own one of those if I was a pilot. That would be my plane. I would have like a little Piper Cub, maybe like a little Beechcraft twin engine or something like that, and then that would be my, like, my main. That would be like my big boy right there. Because it looks so cool. And it's got that nice, like, good old trusty, like, you know, like that nice little, like, prop engine sound. I love it. Boglin. Why not just call him a bog goblin? Sounds better. They're poorly maintained, equally untrained pilots, but trying to respond, so to say. Yeah. Well, from what I understand, they actually have like an agreement with each other like, basically China would come to the defense of North Korea, but if North Korea were to go on the offense, like, let's say, Kim Jong-un had a hair up his ass and he decided to invade South Korea randomly, like, China would not defend him on that. But if, let's say, something kicked off in America or South Korea or whoever the fuck, decided to invade them, China would respond. So from my understanding, they have an agreement where it's a little tenuous, or it's like, basically, in a way it's an assurance that North Korea isn't going to be an aggressor, I suppose, but that also means don't, like, fuck with them so much, I guess, you know what I mean, because, like, they can use anything as a justification if, like, we're going to be defending ourselves. So, as far as I'm concerned, the minimum, like, the least, the less we do to potentially justify we defend ourselves, and shit, even if it is legitimately meritable, then, like, yeah, that would be better, because they do have an agreement from that. Because let's say Kim Jong-un decided to, like, fucking do, like, an actual strike on, like, Japan or something, then China would not be, a defender, with them on that one, because they understand the more broader geopolitical consequences of doing something like that. So they would basically leave him to be on his own, from doing something like such. I mean, also, like, North Korean government basically already is skirting the line when it comes to, like, doing some of their tests and shit. Because what if one of those tests go haywire and, one of those fucking missiles are flying over Japan or some shit, or, like, in the Sea of Japan or something, ends up hitting the Japanese mainland, or fucking the Korean mainland, or, even, like, near Vladivostok with, like, Russia or something. Like, what if that happens? Because then that would not only would that be like a whoopsie, but that would also be like a very severe consequence that will have a very big reaction. Maybe if it happened to hit near Russia or some shit, not that they were doing tests there, because they're primarily trying to flex while they do their tests and shit, but let's say it goes haywire and it goes up there and shit, it probably wouldn't happen as much, but, nonetheless, like, some shit can, that's the only way I see him get in trouble. Yeah. And honestly, the main reason why I do that is because, America and South Korea, I guess to a less extent, Japan does a lot of, like, military exercises near the North Korean borders and stuff. And frankly, as far as I'm concerned, if we just stop doing shit like that, I feel like there wouldn't be as many tensions. Like, they're still gonna try to flex and be like, look at us doing our tests and blah, 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 like, but just don't buy into it, you know what I mean? It's just like, don't prod it, because, like, what the fuck are they really gonna do? Like, if they prod hard enough, then they're gonna fuck themselves, so, just, if anything, just step back and just, like, just let them do what the fuck they're doing. I mean, obviously it's not good, but, like, having this weird tension bullshit isn't exactly helping with anything either, because if, something were to pop off or something like that, I mean, there would definitely be some really major tensions that would not be good. And it's like, and there already is tensions with America and China to an extent, as it is, especially when it comes to, like, microchips and shit like that with Taiwan, blah, blah, blah. So there's already, like, tensions going on with that as it is, so, like, why add to that pile? It's like, that's, at least is how I see it. So it's like, because North Korea isn't, like, fundamentally really a threat. It's like, sure, like, the more they develop this stuff, the more likely they could be, but, what really are they actually gonna fucking do? They, even, like, even, like, Kim himself probably recognizes if he tried to, like, fucking launch an attack or something like that, that he would just be done for. It's like, because he recognizes the whole terms, and shit, so, at least when it comes to, like, China and their agreement that he has with them, so, he's not, like, he's definitely, like, an egotist, crazy in different ways and shit, but he's not necessarily stupid, so it's just like, he's built an image for himself and shit, but he's also not necessarily dumb. Crazy, definitely a madman to an extent, but not dumb. Should offer to buy all North Korea's arms. Imagine a gun collector market would go crazy for Korean box-fed bayonet, lugs, light machine guns. As if they would work. I mean, sure, I guess, you know, there would be so many different parts and shit like that available on the market by that point, you know, but still, like, I mean, frankly, I'd rather have, like, surplus Chinese weapons, like a Type 56 or, you know, like the, you know, like Type 99s or like the SKSs and shit like that. Like, I'd rather have those. Obviously not one is Russian, Czech, East German, or Polish guns, but still. Dude, I still want an East German SKS so bad. So bad. There's nothing really inherently specific outside of like a couple of design changes, but I mean, specifically an East German SKS, oh my god. Oh. That'd be so nice. I already have ammo for it. From what I've seen, North Korean guns up close, they weren't any worse than general communist bloc guns. Well, I mean, I'm sure they're not like entirely worse, but like, I mean, I'm sure when it comes to like wear and tear or like maintenance and things like that, I'm sure they're not necessarily great. Would you let Kimmy Boy put it up your pooper? Or the pooter? No. Kim Jong-un? Oh, I guess I'll say this. I mean, in a vacuum, he's not necessarily the most unattractive dude. But, no. I would not do that. I'd rather do a sister. Low-key, though. But, careful, man. She's, you know what they say about crazy. Sometimes you like to get in some crazy, right? You know, we all like a little dash crazy. But, dude, she is extra level. Like, she is a level of crazy that I would not fucking want to play with, brother. Don't let the call of the siren woo you over, man. Don't. I would normally say so as well, but goddamn, bro, no. Don't let the siren call, you know, convince you otherwise, dude. She would like slice your throat personally. I'm not even fucking kidding with that. She probably actually would. She literally would probably, like, look at you with a smile like this. While, like, holding your mouth. While just, like, it's okay. All you're gonna do is just go right back to sleep. And she'll have, like, a crazy witch. Oh, my fuck! Ah! God! Dude, okay, holy fuck, I just feel like I just had, like, a telepathic, like, moment where she's probably literally doing that to somebody right the fuck now. Oh, my God. I mean, it is, like, in the PM. It's still technically yesterday. It's after midnight now for me, but, like, it's still the 23rd over there. It's still, like, somewhat in the evening. So, you know she's fucking, like, she just murdered somebody right now. She's out there literally doing exactly what I just did. Because I think I just infused, like, you know, like a Vulcan mind meld. Just, like, infused myself with her essence for a second. And just, like, saw what she was doing. If I was already gonna die, well, you know, I mean, to be fair, sure. I mean, you know, like, if I had, like, a terminal illness and I was gonna die anyway in, like, 2 weeks, I'm just gonna go to North Korea and fuck her and just let her kill me. You know, like, I mean, you know, at that point, fuck it, might as well. But, like, beyond that, hell no. I ain't touching that. I'm gonna stay, like, I'm gonna stay across the ocean from that, thank you very much. Because, God, like, I mean, she's not somebody, like, dude, she is somebody, I can't necessarily prove it, but I know she is a motherfucker who would, like, send goons, but she won't let the goons, you know, kill you. She will have the goons knock you out, like, some chloroform, or, like, boop, right over the head and knock you out or some shit, and they will send you to her personally. And she will enact the execution herself as she sees fit. And she would have, like, a whole, like a briefcase full of fucking tools, like, you know, different equipment and shit, like surgical shit. Like, she would have, like, she has, like, a whole, like, game plan of how she would, like, you know, whack people, dude. She doesn't, like, you know, send somebody else to do it. She does it personally. She's one of those types. She's that crazy. Where she wants to, like, see it. You know, she wants to, like, have the visual confirmation and, like, feel it herself to know. Like, she can't just, like, have someone else take care of it. That's not good enough for her. Be tossed in a cage of hungry dogs or hail some nerve gas like Un's brother got. You know she's capable of that, and she likely will do that knowing that you just said that, because she'll, like, you know, she would have the goons, you know, like, also track every single thing you said online and all this other shit, and basically what Bernie, okay, hold on, I you know, assuming you asked me something about Bernie, okay, yeah, hold on, but, like, dude, anyway, like, you're saying you prefer Blade, but you know she's gonna be the crazy bitch. She'd be like, how can I make this, like, the worst possible fearful thing that he could possibly endure, you know, for my own personal pleasure, like, you know, because she's that crazy, like I said, you know, and dead ass, you know, she's going to, like, look at that comment and be like, oh, I know what. She's going to be like, all right, we're going to have a bunch of hungry dogs, you know, on them, and then we're going to call them off, and then we're just going to toss them in a fucking, like, a chamber, and just, like, have them partially exposed to that, and then, you know, pull them out, and then we'll fucking, like, end it after that, you know. She's got, like, dude, she's Machiavellian as fuck, bro. Dude, I bet she's, you know, thinking of a plan to try to whack Kim Jong-un himself, bro. Like, I bet she's thinking of a way how she could whack, you know, Kim Jong-un so she could be in power. Because isn't she the heir? Isn't, like, she technically supposed to be, like, the next in charge after Kim Jong-un? So, you know what? Yeah, no, she's playing it. No, she's playing that shit. No, she's playing the way to whack him, bro. Nah, 100. 100. I will die on that hill. She's planning it. Until Kim has a child. Well, yep, and it's why she's so high up in the hierarchy. Like, she's likely ruthless as fuck. From what we understand, like, the only reason why I say this is because from what is known about her, she is ruthless as fuck. That's why I'm saying it. And honestly, knowing her and knowing, like, the whole Kim dynasty and some of the shit that, you know, just all of them have, you know, been known to do and shit, it's like, yeah. You know, it's gotten to her head, and you know she is a ruthless cunt. She is looking kind of hot. Don't let this siren manipulate you, bro. Do not heed to the siren call. I told Mornax that just a second ago. Do I have to remind you too? Oh no! Don't get shipwrecked, bro. Don't get shipwrecked on that rock and fucking, you know, heed to the call of the siren. It's gonna be brutal. And you're gonna hate every set. You know, the first half, they're gonna get you in the first half. Not gonna lie, but then that last half, it's gonna be the worst experience. Like like every traumatic thing in your life will never compare to, like, the final moments you'll be enduring. Like with her, yeah, nah, nope. I don't want nothing to do with her. I will not heed that siren call. I don't care how hot she is. I don't care. Because, yeah, is she hot? Yes. But I'm not heeding that siren call. Fuck her. Nah. Nope. With a strap on. Again, I'm not heeding the siren call. Because to me, that's fine. But because I know if I were to bang her, that's probably something that would happen. But I don't give a fuck. I'm not heeding the siren call. I will not heed it. I will not suffer a horrible fate. Now that we have you, Ignar, I know how we can prolong your suffering. We've looked for your streams and informed me that you are an aversion to the theme of the TV show, Doug. And proceeds to put on a 24-hour loop. Doug? Well, it can't be that, because I don't even really know what the fuck that is. Jokes on you, I like Doug. Well, Venom likes Doug. Would I like Doug? What is it? I legitimately don't know. Am I uncultured, or am I cultured for not knowing it? Like, is it a hot take that I don't know it? Like, oh, you're about to, oh, you got a link for me? Okay. It's a theme song? It's an animation? Wait, this is an animation? Wait, what is this? Okay, alright, okay. You know what, hold on. I feel like I might need to smoke a bowl really quick, because I have a feeling that it's probably necessary. So, we're definitely going to do that really quick here, so just give me one moment. just one moment, because, you know, I feel like this is probably necessary. So let's just do this here real quick. Yeah, we don't really need that many of them. Sometimes, you know, so. Never been a fan. It's a Nick show. A Nickelodeon show. Well, weird. So I've watched Nickelodeon, you know, as a kid growing up. But, you know, I've never seen this. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you know what? I think this is starting to come back to me. You know what? You know what? I have not seen it. I know that much, but I think my brain is starting to recognize it a little bit. I think my brain is starting to recognize it. I think there is some memory of this. I used to love George Lopez. I mean, oh, what, the sitcom? I mean, hey, don't feel bad. I felt the same way. I mean, honestly, I was the same way, bro. Don't feel bad. Honestly, like, the sitcom, like, the show itself, like, look, I'm just gonna say it right now, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't great, no. Was it bad? No. It was just kind of, like, in the middle. It had some good good episodes, good moments, you know, like, I don't know, it had moments. And, I don't know, some good episodes here and there from my faint memories. He was America's Mexican. Well, I mean, it got Fluffy. What about Fluffy? I don't know, like, I mean, dude, Fluffy, Gabriel Iglesias, like, dude, I feel like he's truly America's Mexican. I'm not even saying that in a bad way, dude, because Fluffy is, like, dude, he's amazing. I love him. He's awesome. Like, anyone who disses Fluffy and Gabriel, like, whoever disses Gabriel Iglesias is an enemy of mine. I just refuse to acknowledge him as a human being. I just refuse. Gabriel Iglesias is based. He's great. I don't know what his politics is, and frankly, I don't give a fuck, but he's awesome, okay? I don't care. Yes, he is a classic Volkswagen collector. Dude, he loves Volkswagen Beetles. Yeah, no, Gabriel Iglesias didn't steal jokes. That was Carlos Mencia. And he's just a bitch. He wishes he was, like, America's Mexican or whatever the fuck. At least at least, like, George Lopez. At least, like, I think there was a time where he legitimately could have held that title. Not that I feel like this is really a title worth anything, but at least, you know, like, I think there was legitimately, like, a time where, you know, he held it, but Fluffy exists now, you know, like, Fluffy's a thing. Fluffy has manifested his greatness upon us, and has truly absorbed that title. Because, honestly, George Lopez is kind of a conservative dipshit, and at least with Gabriel Iglesias, I mean, at the very least, he seems just kind of like a lib, you know, so, yeah, at least, you know, like, he's, at least from what I can tell, he doesn't seem conservative at all. So, what title do you think Trump's worthy of? I personally prefer Prisoner 45424. I thought George Lopez was anti-Trump. Well, just because you're anti-Trump doesn't mean you're conservative or a right-winger. There's a lot of right-wingers and conservatives that are anti-Trump. So, I mean, I don't know, like, all that other shit. He's conservative. Yeah, he's a Republican, man. Believes, like, the whole, like, pull yourself by the bootstraps and blah, blah, blah. Like, he's conservative right-wing. He's not, like, a hardcore right-winger. He's just kind of a moderate conservative guy. That's why I'm not, like, outright fucking on him. I'm just like, cause he's conservative. He's kind of a dipshit, but whatever. I mean, there's worse out there. Teflon Zion. Okay, god damn it. I mean, he's more of like Teflon Saudi Don. I mean, that actually kind of flows better. Teflon Saudi Don. Because, I mean, he sold out more to the Saudis more so than Israel. I mean, Jared Kushner sold out more to, like, Israel more so than fucking Trump himself. Like, Trump, like, straight up, like, sold his ass to fucking Saudi Arabia. I mean, I think a lot of the investigations is a part of that. Like, I mean, because he sold secret nuclear documents and shit to Saudi Arabia and shit. Teflon bin Salman Don. Okay, that one's a little better. That one's just as good, at least. I like that one. oh, this Doug thing. Yeah, I forgot. Okay. Oh my god, yep. I know what this is. I've never seen this, but I do recognize it because of that. All it took was this motherfucker to pop up on screen. Don't get me wrong, I don't like, but he's not as bad as King Abdullah. I'm not even gonna, okay. Abdullah. Alright. Though I know what you're talking about. I mean, he's still kind of as shitty. I mean, I guess sure he's given concessions so women can basically live like during the 1500s instead of like 1100s. But, I mean, you know, he does like for sure, yeah. Granted, you're, you know, prefacing with that, but still, it's just like, I mean, it's kind of, for me, honestly, it's just kind of hard to, like, just, I don't know, it's kind of hard to be like, well, you know, he's not as bad, he's still shitty, still horrible, still hate the bastard, but not as shitty. It's like, I mean, I guess maybe sure, yeah, but, like, I mean, it's like, do I want to give him that credence? Not really. I mean, he's still shitbag, fuck him. Still hate him. Yeah, I know you're not defending him, obviously, but it's just like, it's like, I mean, yeah, I guess sure, I suppose, but, I mean, he's still fucktard. You little butt, what are you doing? I'm just gonna assault you with a tree. Oh my god, you little, your ear's sticking up like a little tack. Oh my god, hold on, look at this little dog. Look at him. Look at this little mutt. Look at him. He's like, got a treat over there. Here. He doesn't even move his foot. What a fucking weirdo, dude. Wow. What an absurd little dork. Flavor of ice cream. My favorite flavor? I would say bubblegum, but that's never, like, available, like, in stores and shit like that. Like, for me, so because of that, I would say chocolate chip cookie dough. Or, chocolate chip mint. One of those two. It's kind of a, you know, back and forth. Or strawberry, too. See, I have three. I had three. The strawberry, especially if there's strawberry chunks. And actually, like, Rose, if you do not have at least Tillamook ice cream, at least, you probably have Tillamook cheese out there. I mean, but if you don't have Tillamook ice cream out there, and at least the Tillamook strawberry ice cream, I truly, truly, truly do feel bad for you, sir. Like, seriously. But, you know, what honestly for me is the top tier amazing shit is Umpqua. How do you spell it? It's Tillamook. So, you know, I'll say it one more time. There's Tillamook. Tillamook. And then there's Umpqua. And that one is harder to spell, but it's named after one of the local Native American tribes here in the PNW. And it's UM. Okay, hold on. Now what does Tillamook produce? Cheese, ice cream, milk, stuff like that. Dairy products. It's... Oh, wait, okay, so it's, okay, hold on. So it's actually, here's how you spell Umpqua. So it's U-M-P-Q-U-A. Umpqua. So. Oh, wow. There's a video that actually has a thumbnail that's just fat as fuck showing at least Umpqua. Oh, dude, I've had that flavor, Mountain Blackberry Revel. Oh my god, that shit's so fire. Oh my god, that is the fire fucking flavor. Oh my god, that is so banging. Dude, that is so good right there. Dude, this shit is... Dude, I love this. This stuff's so good. Oh, dude. You know what? I want to click this.
Best ice cream. Umpqua, the best brand. Best ice cream.
Oh, that's it? Oh, well, I was hoping maybe there would have been more, but wow, he's just like, I bought this. This is the best brand right here. Don't even give a fuck now. Just had to share it. But yes, that's true. Tillamook is second best. Ben & Jerry's is base. And also left it. Yeah, Ben & Jerry's is awesome. I'm just talking about like organ, you know, specific type of things. I've never been a fan of Umpqua. It's kind of meh in my opinion. Really? I love Umpqua, dude. Like their strawberry, that blackberry one. They have a huckleberry. Dude, the Umpqua huckleberry ice cream is amazing. Looks like Walmart House Tillamook. Dude, go, dude. See it, dude. Yeah, go try. Yeah, try it. Dude, Tillamook is banging, bro. I love it. Ever have Mayfield? I also sent a short. I think I've seen Mayfield around before, but I don't think I've had it. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to double check. Would you make this? How to make a cookie dough kulfi? Kulfi? Kulfi?
Here's how you can make cookie dough kulfi. Kulfi is basically like ice cream and it's a very popular frozen dessert in Pakistan. Last time we made horchata and you know it's my cheat day. In a bowl, add butter, brown sugar, vanilla, and whisk. Add toasted flour and chocolate chips. Mix and place in the freezer. In a saucepan, add whole milk, heavy cream, milk solids, and sweetened condensed milk. Reduce this on medium heat for 45 minutes and add chunks of your cookie dough. The consistency should be kind of thick. Pour this into any mold you wish and freeze it for at least 8 hours. Here's how you can make
Dude, fuck yes. I would eat that. I've had kulfi. Looks good. It feels okay, but big company ice cream. Haagen-Dazs is alright. I prefer Ben & Jerry's and Tillamook. Yeah, for me it would be Ben & Jerry's, Tillamook, Umpqua. Those are for me the big three. I used to live just south of Walton in a town that shall not be named. Rip City, how dare you? Murder City Benz from Wilsonville. It's time to get the dream car you really wanna own or something like that. How different is it from normal ice cream? Or kulfi? I don't know, but it looks good. What are you doing? It's so... I guess there's a little sip left in that one. What's Walton? I don't actually know what it is. I was just guessing you lived there. It's... Yeah, it's a meh suburb of Portland. It's a suburb. I mean, I guess technically it's its own little town, but I think there's also a Tualatin tribe. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure Tualatin's just based off of one of the local tribes out in PNW, at least when it comes to the name. Because I know there's, like, Tualatin, Umpqua, Tillamook, the Chinook. I know there's a few others. Trying to think of some of the other ones. Because I know there's, like, some, like, smaller tribes that are kind of, like, a part of bigger tribes. Like, because I know, with Umpqua, there's, like, some more smaller adjacent tribes that were pretty much, like, associated with the Umpqua. Then the same thing with Tillamook and Chinook as well. And, oh, there's also, like, and there's also Klamath, like the Klamath tribe, and there's a few others. Got pulled over running on a red, and they were there in the pig's pulling. I already had a couple drinks. So they had to do a sobriety test at the Freddy's parking lot. Wait, what? Tonight? Wait, what happened? Really? Did you get? Wait, well, if you got a DUI, he would not be here right now. He also found some bud I was planning on giving to my friend at the bat. Ooh. It's a bit heavier. Ice cream is also more thick, creamy. It takes longer to melt. Ooh, well, hey, nice. Wait, more X. Yeah, when was that? Twirl to River is pretty cool, at least. Yeah, the Twirl to River is pretty awesome. I figured I was fucked, but right as I was finishing the sobriety test, they all bailed on me in like 5 seconds because they had a call of a shooting they had to go to. Oh, like 2008. Oh, really? Dude, you got lucky, bro. So, you know what? I mean, as fuck this, shooting is, like, man, that was your silver lining, bro. Someone decided to, like, shoot someone, and it's like, alright, that's more important than you, you drunk ass, so, eh. They took my license with me and came to the bar to give it back to me. Oh, so they at least knew what bar you were going to, and they gave your license back? Oh my god. Wow. Well, damn. Man, oh, you know what? That's I guess that's a silver lining with the pigs that you met that night. I mean, they at least were pretty chill with you, because they literally could have kept one of them to stick around with you to fuck with you a little more, but nah, they decided not to, and if anything, they decided to come back and give you your ID back and shit. So if anything, like, they actually were relatively kind of chill with you, all things considered. And I still had weed, so they asked me if I got rid of it. As to, and I said, no, not yet. So me and the pigs took a walk outside, watched me throw the weed in the ditch. You should not. You should have been like, yeah, I did. It's like, on my way here, I just kind of toss it in, like one of the ditches or like one of the storm drains or something like that. It's like on my way over, I saw a storm drain. I just stuffed it in there. Dude, you think it's 2014? Weed's legal here? Dude, that was back in 2008. It was different. Lamau, right? Yeah, you could have just said something, because, like, if you said you stuffed it down a storm drain, then they can't look for it. Because if you said you tossed it, and probably, hit it in a bush or something, or whatever the fuck, or in a trash can, they would probably, be like, alright, which one? And then they will look at it. But if you said a storm drain, then they can't search for it at that point. Like, what? They're gonna go inside a storm drain? So... Yeah, so, like, you could, I mean, I'm just saying, but obviously, like, hindsight's a bitch, but, Oh, shit, no rip. Yeah, nah, like, if it was earlier tonight, honestly, the whole weed thing would have not made sense. And also the shooting thing at least would have, though, but, whatever. Still, I gotta love it. Then they carried out, I was getting boozed up. They had a hair up their ass about a half-gram nug. Oh my god, wow. God, love it. Because they're like, hey, we can either fill a quota or we can maybe let you go. Get rid of it. It's just like, wow, dude. So lame. Dude, last night was just, something exceptionally stupid. If that homeless dude I was talking about who literally got, like, basically the entire department that was on patrol that night, to fucking show up for one motherfucker who stole, like, $20 worth of shit. It's like, my god. Especially with tweakers going on. Well, honestly, it's kind of hard to explain. I mean, yeah, nowadays, yeah, they barely respond to actual fucking shootings that do go on in fucking Portland at this point. So it's like, yeah, they don't give a fuck because they're basically doing a strike. Like, they're just like, oh, we're being held accountable, maybe, or at least trying to be held accountable, and people don't like us as much, so, we're not gonna do our job. And the odds... or like the 2000 stuff. Yeah, it still is, sadly. I mean, in some ways, I guess it's better, but I mean, it's still bad. A few blocks from you blew up for basement. Jesus. Damn. But Adderall is what you really want. I don't know if I want that either. What? What are you looking at? You look like you're itching to bark at me for something. If I had to clean stuff when it was available and it was amazing. Honestly, I mean, I imagine clean shit, you know, is honestly not that bad. If stuff got so dirty, sometimes I just had to toss it. Yeah. I mean, that's why, you know, at the very minimal, decriminalization is good. Because it kind of helps at least slowly but surely, you know, start mitigating the problems when it comes to, like, dirty substance use. I mean, it's still definitely, you know, will happen, but at least that's why you need to start having the legalized, tax, and regulated parts, you know, because there can be a system in place to where you can have, you know, like, you know, the humane use of, you know, these type of drugs and shit, or at least, you know, like humane, you know, means of acquiring said things that are not dirty and are, if anything, actually, like, you know, directly and exactly, you know, set, you know, to specific types of, you know, dosages, you know, and also have, you know, like, basically, you know, like, kind of do what, like, Switzerland did when it came to heroin and shit, because, like, how they did it was essentially is that they legalized it, they taxed it and regulated it, and basically made it so that, like, through the hours of, like, 7 to, like, noon or some shit like that, and, you know, around that time where they had these medical clinics where, you know, like, people can go to, you know, anybody, essentially, at least obviously over, you know, who's an adult, like, I don't know if it was, like, 18 or 21 or whatever, you know, but they obviously had, like, a cutoff, you know, what age you were. You know, you couldn't have been, like, you can't be, like, 14 going in there, obviously. You know, but they had, like, you know, a system in place to where you would check in and obviously pay a fee, you know, to take the shit, but it would be all in the clean, you know, setting, in a clean environment, and there would actually be, you know, like a clinician there available, just in case, you know, something happens. And a lot of the problems when it came to, like, you know, littering with like needles and, like, loitering, or, like, you know, problems of people being, like, lounged out on streets, you know, joinked out on a drug or whatever, all that essentially went down to fucking nothing. Like, even some of the most conservative people in Switzerland are just like, yeah, we're keeping this policy because it actually works. You know, so, I mean, you know, like, you know, it's like, if it works, then, I don't know, why not fucking adopt it? Because evidently they've done something fucking right. You know, they put money into it, they actually properly invested it, put the infrastructure there, and a lot of these problems and a lot of these ills that, you know, from either the conservative or from the more liberal or even left, you know, side of things, you know, criticize about these issues and shit, you know, go away, you know, at that point, for the most part. Like, obviously, it's never, like, not there. Like, you know, there will be times where, you know, something might happen, or there might be somebody on the street that might be a little junked out or something. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, there's at least, you know, like, there's results, and everyone, even the more prude types, are happy because those dirty, you know, drug users aren't on the streets, you know, looking all junked out and dirty and blah, 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 blah. You know, so they don't got a reason to bitch, you know? So, it fixes a lot of these type of things, you know, when it comes to, you know, these issues, you know, when it comes to, like, the moral qualms, and also, like, the actual consequences that happen economically and socially and shit when it comes to those issues. And including on the individual level, too. Because those type of people are also not going to likely get infected with some HIV, you know, or, some other disease or something like that, you know, because they had a dirty needle, or, you know, died because of some toxin that's been mixed in and with their choice of drug because it's dirty, or, you know, there's some other shit that they don't even know what it is, like especially with fentanyl, you know, being a big problem right now, you know, where people sometimes don't even know that they're getting that shit instead of their usual stuff. So it's just like, I mean, in order to get rid of a lot of that shit, you have to have a legalized standard about these things and regulate it and tax it accordingly to, you know, at least have some money to, from it that would be made from that type of stuff, you know, to invest into shit that is humane, to actually treat it as a mental issue that and a health issue that it actually is. Love to tweak a lot. Still kind of surprised I walked away with a couple dents in my teeth from getting trunk stuck. Probably heart damage I don't know about. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, like, I can only imagine, you know, some of the long-term stuff that happens from it. And the thing is, like, a part of the investment that can, you know, and regulation that comes with this is also encouraging people to probably not do it and how to wean themselves off of it and stuff like that. But nonetheless, I mean, if someone wants to fucking do it, they're gonna do it. I mean, yeah, but if anything, a lot of that investment, especially at least when it came to Switzerland doing it, you know, helped mitigate a lot of these issues. I mean, it also were able to use a lot of the funds and a lot of those type of things, you know, when it came to, like, you know, social services or housing or other infrastructure, like, there was other money they were able to, you know, or other things they were able to put the money into. And with that, we're able to help mitigate, you know, other disparities and other problems that came into causing people to get into that situation in the first place, or at least, you know, making it more likely for them to. Because also, there will be people that, just for the curiosity's sake, you know, might try a drug and shit. I mean, out of curiosity's sake, I tried weed and shit, and acid and shrooms, because I was curious about trying it. You know, because there are going to be people out there that, you know, for whatever various reasons, they want to try some. You know, and I'd rather they, you know, be in a clean, you know, legalized, you know, regulated environment with trying those type of things versus a black market criminalized dirty environment when, you know, they might harm themselves unintentionally doing so, right? Makes you feel better. Probably gone I do not want to, dude. No, bro. No. I do not want to see Metal T on anything like that. Like, he doesn't even, like, do weed anymore, bro. Like, and even then, that'd probably actually mellow him the fuck out. Because straight up, when he smokes weed, like, his political rants are more about, like, it doesn't get there, like, frankly. Like, honestly. Like, so when he gets, like anywhere else, or, like, any, like, drunk or just sober, it's so different. So, like, but when he's high on weed, it's not that at all. So, frankly, he needs to, like, do edibles, smoke weed or something, vape, I don't give a fuck. He needs to, like, do that more often again. Almost like green tea. Yeah, and for some people, like, that's how some substances are. You know, like, for some people, amphetamines and stuff like that, and, you know, tend to operate like that, and for some other people, not so much. I mean, everyone's body reacts differently to different substances and shit. I mean, but that's also why there needs to be that safe, regulated environment when potentially, you know, doing these substances. Because let's say that you try a substance, you know, at one of these, you know, type of clinics where you can try it, and oh shit, you know, it ended up not reacting properly because your body didn't take it well and your mind ain't taking it well and you're not having a good time. You know, you want someone who's a professional clinician to be there to help calm you down, and if anything, maybe have something available to help flush your system so you know, it minimalizes your horrible experience, right? So, I mean, you know, there's at least, like, you know, for me at least, there's, it's just, to me, it's just so fucking obvious. You know, because, you know, like, if there is the whole, like, my body, my choice thing, right? I mean, at least especially when it's in this case where it doesn't harm anybody else, and it's, you know, outside of myself, you know, when it comes to my own decision on that case, then why not? You know, I mean, you know, as long as there's at least, you know, a proper, you know, like, you know, sanitized, like, regulated environment when it comes to using those type of things, then it shouldn't be an issue. I mean, it's just like when it comes to like abortion rights, or like what do you like want a tattoo on yourself, or just like, you know, like all these different things. I mean, it's just like should also be with that. So obviously we normalize that when it comes to all sorts of other drugs, alcohol, caffeine, you know, and nicotine, all these other different substances, and at least the pharmaceutical grade drugs too, when you're prescribed it, or even over the counter when it comes to things like Tylenol and Advil and stuff like that, right? So it's just like we've normalized this on so many different levels already, but you know, there's just for some reason this major fat fucking wall where it's like that shit's just exceptionally different. It's like it only is like that because we make it like that. Fundamentally, there really isn't. And a lot of those drugs tend to be, you know, like some of the similar shit, you know, like, you know, that is, you know, given to people, you know, when it's prescribed. It's just given different names. When you have ADHD like me, your neurochemical baseline is different from most people because your dopamine system is wired differently. So affects you. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not just your dopamine system, but it's, you know, your whole neurological system's, you know, wired a little differently. So, yeah. I mean, because everyone, you know, is, you know, like, neurologically, like, wired a little differently, at least at the minimal. And, of course, there's a lot of different neurodivergencies, you know, from that, where things like ADHD, you know, like the autism spectrum and stuff like that, you know, where, you know, from there, you know, there's, you know, slight divergencies, you know, from what's usually, you know, normally developed, I suppose, you know, on a regular level. But either way, it's just because, you know, it just absorbs things differently, like, you know, how it intakes, you know, like, its environment is just a little slightly different, just because it has a slightly different, you know, it has just a little bit of a divergence of, you know, neural development, but nonetheless, it's just because it just works differently. Because, you know, I'm neurodivergent, but, you know, despite that, you know, it's just like, I mean, when it comes to, like, my own, like, you know, like for my own shit, like when it comes to things like social interaction, like social cues and stuff like that, it's a little bit more of a challenge for me. Like I don't have as much like neurological, diversity in a sense where it's kind of not so inclined on those type of things. But despite that, you know, when it comes to, you know, like, at least for me, it's just, you know, it kind of seems a little bit of a challenge, just because it's not there just as it naturally develops doesn't mean it can't be, you know, progressed on and developed further, you know, over time either way. I mean, shit, like in a lot of ways, people kind of like, you know, redevelop, you know, kind of, or like, you know, change up their neural pathways and to an extent, you know, just by, you know, having, you know, like their third eye open, like when it comes to, you know, doing acid or having some mushrooms or something like that. I mean, because that also fundamentally changes, you know, your neural pathways to an extent. And in a way, sometimes, you know, for a lot, and for many people, and there's a lot of peer-reviewed data about it, where it's just like, it's proven to where it's like a lot of times that's actually beneficial. And honestly, for me, like, I'd say that, you know, when I did acid and the 2 times I microdosed, or I guess it was 2 nights in a row I was microdosing on mushrooms and shit, at least, you know, at night, you know, honestly for me, you know, I thought it was a very positive, you know, type of experience, you know, at the end of the day, and I think, you know, end up being, you know, good in the long run, you know, so it's just like, you know, I mean, and luckily at least, you know, psychedelics are kind of the next thing to start being legalized, you know, on a more nationalized level. Not like literally nationalized, but, you know, like state by state, because, you know, Oregon's already starting to slowly creep up with that, you know, and kind of starting to get that ball rolling already. And there's already people kind of, you know, butthurt about it, like, God damn it, just make things worse, we need to recriminalize shit, and blah, 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 blah. But, luckily, I mean, I think the results really do kind of show for itself, where it's been more or less a positive, and you know, other states and other people are starting to recognize that and are starting to try to slowly push out themselves. I think Denver, at least before Oregon as a state, medically legalized it with psilocybin. I think Denver, at least as a city, already did that. You know, I think a year prior, or like a year or two prior to that. So, I mean, that ball is already slowly but surely starting to roll. You know, like, because Colorado and at least broadly the Pacific Northwest seem to be, like, some of the, you know, like, ball starters, you know, when it comes to rolling, you know, the transition when it comes to a lot of these things. Because the first two states to recreationally legalize marijuana was Colorado first, and then Washington. And then I think after that it was Oregon and a few other states from there. And, you know, with psilocybin, at least, you know, not Colorado as a state entirely, but Denver, and then Oregon as a state medically legalized it. So the ball's already rolling with that as it is. And the same trend is there. Colorado and the PNW. So it's like these are kind of the two areas, you know, at least as a state and a general region of Washington and Oregon, and, you know, being kind of like the ball rollers when it comes to, like, starting these trends. When it comes to, like, expanding and normalizing, you know, drugs in the sense of, like, how to more humanely and properly treat these issues. Which, I like it. I'm willing to brag about that. I live up here. I'm gonna flex that. Oh. I still love, like, the only Super Bowl I truly actually paid attention to was the Super Bowl. Where Colorado and Washington were at the Super Bowl against each other, when they were the only states that recreationally legalized marijuana at the time. Oh, dude, honestly, I don't know why, but that was my most favorite Super Bowl, and probably the only one I really, truly paid attention to, because, you know, me and my friends just made a major meme out of it. We had a whole party just watching it. I didn't give a fuck about the sport, but I actually gotten, like, into it. Hoping the Seahawks would win at that one. And I think they did. I think they did win that one. Yeah, I think they did. Now I remember, if I remember correct. I think so. I don't know. I don't care that much, but I mean, I cared a little bit. Carl, I mean, I will admit, anyone who's an Oregonian, or at least who's lived in Oregon long enough, has probably been to Eugene at least once. And if I have to take a guess, Mornax has been to Eugene. Rose's fucking meme, god damn it. The leftism. Leaving my body the moment I start to win at Monopoly. I fucking love it, holy shit. Goddamn. Beautiful. Key lime pie. Ooh. Beautiful. Oh, goddamn, that is a sexy pie. That's a beautiful pie. A little more cool clip, but that's just me. Lol, I've been there a couple times. They got a cool little farmer's market. They kind of have a cool little farmer's market. Yeah, but my brother for a while used to live down there. And I also, back when our high school had our basketball season, there was a few times where our high school basketball team went to state, and the state basketball champion games were at Oregon State at the St. Matthews Stadium, and or not Oregon State, fucking hell, goddamn, University of Oregon, fuck, Jesus Christ, Corvallis. I think the reason why I said Oregon State is because I saw that, because Oregon State University, I think, is outside of Corvallis or near Corvallis. But either way. But I think, I don't know. But but University of Oregon is in Eugene, and their stadium for their basketball stadium is called St. Matthews. But either way, when I was in the high school band and shit, we would also be playing in the pep band as during the games, at least in home games. But when when the times we went to state, our band director pressured our school to essentially like, hey, make us be the pep band, to play, for the state champion thing, and have us go up there, and we did. So I got a chance to go there. I think at least I know from my freshman year, and because we went to state that year with our basketball team then. And then I think it was sophomore year too. I think I at least went there twice doing that. And of course, been to Eugene a bunch of times, visiting my brother when he used to live there. But, I don't know, I like Eugene. It's a cool little town. It's more of a small college town. I mean, it's not a college town, it's a small university town, but yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what it is. Still a cool little place. It's kind of like a little stoner town. Even before marijuana was legalized here, it was always known as a stoner town. I mean, cornflakes, but the milk is condensed. What? That just looks repulsive. No, I'm not even gonna show that. That just was repulsive. Even sweetened. Just put regular fucking milk in there, my dude. Like, what in the fuck? Ugh. Nope. I'm just gonna be... that literally looked like Bad Dragon cum lube, okay? I'm just gonna be fucking honest with that. That's just what it looked like, and I don't know, man. A cocksicle. I don't even think okay, just for literally TOS reasons, I don't even think I can show this. I think literally for TOS reasons, I just can't show that. Like, it literally looks too much like a cock. I mean, honestly, I'm just gonna be blunt. Like, given a certain, like, if I crop the image, it literally just looks like a dick. Alright, look. This is all I can show. Like, this is what I would crop out. Anything above this, like, yeah, like, anything above that, like, will literally, like, probably TOS me, okay? Like, anything above that would TOS me. Because it just literally just straight up looks like a dick. But can't people show dildos on here? Again, if I cropped it, it would just straight up, like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, dildos, sure. Like, if I grabbed my dildo and just flopped it around on a stream like a windmill, like, like, yeah, I mean, I'll be just fine. I mean, I'd probably get age restricted, I mean, outright, but hey, I'd be fine. Apparently designed Bad Dragon cum lube to smell like actual cum. Fresh cum? Nah, I'm assuming fresh. And really? Because I've never actually have used that before. Honestly, the main reason why, because that shit looks so goddamn, like, sticky and, like, viscousy, and it's just, like, I honestly, like, that would, like, I just want it, like, water-based, just outright. I don't need the, like, well, I can get it, but I don't want that extra level, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just unnecessary for me. I just want it nice and just, like, lubey, wet, just, that's it. I don't need the extra, you know what I'm saying? I get it, I understand it, but it's just more of a mess to clean up once they're done, Like, I'm trying to minimize that. Like, I don't want a lot of mess. Like, I just want it simple and, easy to deal with, right? Like, I don't know. Like, it's the less mess, the better. This is somehow worse than the other links. Am I, seeing this correctly? And this is actually hurting my eyes. Like, why in the fuck? Why? Why, dude? Why? I mean, isn't that a fire hazard? What? Why, man? Dude, why? Dude, just shove it in the fucking oven for fuck's sake if you just want to do that. I mean, what? Oh my god. Why, man? Why? It's an abomination. It's not really as much as an abomination as much as it's just like a disappointment. And I hope Darwin just claims that person. Just claims them. I hope that night Darwin claimed him. You know what death should look like? You know the concept of death where the sickle and like the fucking skull and the robe and all that shit? Fuck that. That's bullshit. You know what death should look like? And you're thinking the Puss in Boots 2 like wolf boy looking guy? No, not that guy. Maybe I'm just a furry and that's what I'm thinking about, but I don't care. But anyway, not that guy. Just needs to be Charles Darwin. Just have him look like, you know, just have him like have some badass looking robes, like some epic drip. And just have like that fucking like epic like Sith Lord looking robe, just that big beard, and there you go, boom, that's it. You don't give him like some scythe or some bullshit. He doesn't even need that. Just let him have like a bag or, you know, like a net or like a hook maybe, like, you know, or some shit, right? You know, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess, you know, give him something, but I mean, at least for me personally, like, I mean, he doesn't really need anything. I mean, just him himself is enough, right? You know, so. Your favorite restaurant's closed now, but for currently open, based on where I've been so far, it would probably be Dodds or one of the many McMinimans. Yeah, McMinimans is all over the place. I've been there. It's pretty good. I know Rip City's brother used to work at a McMinimans. Or was it a McGrath's? No, it was a McGrath's. I mean, if you enjoy chewing on little barks of wood, the toasted method is for you. Close as in for nighttime or closed for the season? No, permanently because of COVID. A lot of restaurants closed down because of COVID, sadly. And honestly, the Bomber, that diner that was off of that shit closed down. Like COVID killed them. They reopened. Well, actually, the Bomber that used to actually like be on display there, you know, when that was taken out, it killed a lot of their, activity and like a lot of their, busyness and business. And, but once COVID hit, then basically they just got fucked. And they tried to reopen like a year after, like in 2021 for a couple months, but they just couldn't keep it up. There wasn't enough business going in. And honestly, that just really truly makes me sad because I've always heard such good things about that place and I'd never eaten there. And now I really regret it. Like, I actually really do feel bad because, like, man, I'd love to have eaten there and shit because I used to go by there all the fucking time. I guess there's like a tiny little thing of hope in my mind where it's like maybe someday somebody will like revive the idea and maybe like at the very minimal maybe get like a reproduction of a Beat 17, you know, like as a display, you know, put back up there or something like that, you know, or some shit. I don't like. I mean, it's within this. Is it within the city walk, dude? If honestly, like, dude, like maybe it's like have like, you know, like petition the city to be like, yo, build this fucking thing, bring it back. Dude, you know what? I doubt it'd work, but fuck, it'd be worth the effort. I could see honestly a lot of people within the community truly actually supporting that idea. I mean, there was people like, you know, not even here, but like from Portland and outside of that, like Orange City, even fucking Salem and people and shit, like Vancouver, like that would go down there, you know, go out of the way to go there. Like, I mean, that place was fucking awesome, especially with that bomber there, because, I mean, what happened with the bomber, at least, I mean, when it first was there, it was basically the whole thing, like the entire thing. But by the time I was, alive and born, and seeing it, like the entire front of the cockpit, like, and the nose section was gone, the engines were gone, like the ball turrets and the tail gunner position was gone, but a lot of the main, chassis of the bomber is still there though. And after a certain point, eventually they moved that to the Phoenix Air Museum, where they were restoring a B-17 there. And what was crazy though was that I never knew that up until, because I always was wondering where it went, but I never knew that up until I went into Phoenix the first time years back and went to that museum and was taking a tour of the bomber. And one of the people, I think the desk receptionist at first when we first went there was saying, "Oh shit, you guys are from Oregon and from Milwaukee, really?" It's like, oh, that bomber that we have out there that's flyable and that we do tours and shit, like some of that bomber's from that, because we got it from there. We were able to finish restoring it because of that bomber. We were just like, holy fucking shit. Like, I mean, for me, I was just like, wow, that's where it went. Like, they used the remaining parts for it and maybe the rest of it is now, it's still with them, as like parts replacement now, for them. It's just like, wow, it's kind of nice knowing that it's, at least put to good use and actually repurposed to, get a bomber out there flying again. I remember doing I don't know the name of the lake, but there's like a lake that's like northeast of Phoenix. I forgot the name of it, but there's like you could do like little boat tours there. And I remember during that, I saw that bomber flying overhead as it was doing like one of those little air tours for some people. And, and at least before, at least initially, that was before I went to the museum. And I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. It saw the bomber, from that museum where we're going to plan on going to like a couple days later. And then come to find out, like the bomber I grew up seeing all the fucking time, some of that shit that was it almost. And now thinking about it, it's just like, wow, it's kind of sad that, Diner, had to kind of slowly die off from that. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's kind of like a little silver lining knowing that, it's flying again in a weird way. I just hope for fuck's sake that, I swear to God, if something happens to that bomber, I will actually cry. Because there's been so many B-17s that have crashed lately. Like, there's one, like, very recently in Texas. There was, like, another one that happened not too long ago, a couple years back. Like, fuck. Like, stop crashing them, please. Like, I'm gonna cry. Like, fuck. I swear, if something happens to that one, I will actually truly... that would hurt me, dude. Because, like, I will legit feel so sad. I already feel sad knowing that, like, the other ones crashed and shit. Knowing, honestly, in a weird way, knowing that maybe some of the bomber that we used to have and shit probably went to those. I mean, because it was slowly kind of taken away bit by bit, and then eventually the one in Phoenix, they used the rest of it to restore theirs. So it's just like... And also, when I was at the Air Museum in Phoenix, they were trying to make and fully restore a B-25 Mitchell to flying condition, and they were pretty much almost done with it. Like, and you can go into that hangar where they were working on it, and I got a chance to kind of see them work on it and kind of get up close and check it out. I mean, I couldn't get, like, right up to it, but I can at least, look at them and see what's going on and kind of interact with them and be like, hey, you getting this in flying order? And like, yeah, we almost got it, we haven't flown it yet, but... feel like after a couple more things we can do that. We're probably gonna get it, flying, after some time, and then do like a like a whole little air show. That's I think was coming up later that year or some shit. So I'm assuming that B-25 ended up flying for it for that air show and shit, which was pretty cool to check out that type of thing. And I also saw an F-4F Wildcat, flying around overhead and land when it was being transferred from another museum to that one. And that was pretty fucking cool to check out, too. So, I mean, it was, all in all, that was a pretty fun experience, especially knowing that B-17, too, had some of the B-17 that I saw. It's just like a little bit of a Frankenstein of a bomber, I guess, all in all, but... still pretty cool. I swear to fucking God, if something happens to it, if that thing crashes, I'm really gonna... that one will actually probably make me cry. It's like, because fuck, dude. Because for that one's, you know, got a legit kind of like, you know, actual, you know, connection to me a little. Well, not like literally, but, you know. But got a lot of fond memories at least. Galore experience at Ethiopian restaurant. Crestview, spend dumpling and stand. I think for Portland, it probably either, no, honestly, probably like one of those two you just listed there. Used to have Nepalese restaurant, but I'm not sure if it's around anymore. Yeah, because unfortunately, COVID probably knocked it out. But yeah, Ethiopian, Moroccan, what? Yeah, like honestly, like the various different like Africana cultural foods, yeah, tend to be some of the more obscure ones. Well, not as much, but yeah. So I would say, you know, things like Nepalese, Filipino, Sri Lankan. I guess more specifically Sri Lankan, because I mean, I guess there's some overlap, you know, when it comes to like, you know, Indian dishes, but not a lot. They got their own thing going on there too, for sure. Yeah, I've just been having silence been going on all this time. Here, let's get some tunes back like we were trying to do. We're trying to have some of that. Okay, that might be a little too loud. I don't want that loud. There we go. Baby soda. If I end up going down to Portland again sometime, and I'm near that area, I'll check that out. Dude, it's like this Indian food cart that's in Cartlandia that's not too far away from me. And honestly, like, I had some vindaloo that they had a while back. Oh my god, it's so fucking fire, and I want to get some of it again. Can you take a train or something to Portland from Milwaukee? Yep. TriMet has a Max station, and also there's different bus routes. Like there's a bus route called the 72. It's not off of me, but I have a bus route that I can take to get to that one, and basically that goes all up and down 82nd. And I used to take that to go to school sometimes. So, like, if I, you know, for some reason wanted to, you know, I had, like, a lot of time to kill, and maybe I wanted to go to the food carts or some shit like that, you know, that I knew of, or maybe, like, go to some, like, Asian restaurant, you know, like a Vietnamese one or something like that, I'll just take that instead. And like have 2 hours to kill, you know, so it would be like an hour or something bus ride, so I just take like an hour to, you know, away for the bus ride, and then, you know, about an hour or so, you know, for hanging out at the restaurant or, you know, or food cart or wherever the fuck I'm at, you know, just eating some food. So, but if not, I usually would take, you know, one of the light rails, because in 2015 they expanded a light rail in my area to go into Portland and shit, and it's basically replaced a bus route that I don't even think exists anymore. It used to be called the 33 that would go up to Portland. I'm not even including food carts. There used to be a Viking food cart. Oh, you know what? I might have that oh, do I have it in my pocket? Because there used to be a Viking food cart, a Scandinavian one that I used to go to all the time. Let me see if I have that card in my wallet by chance. I have so many Union cards. Oh my god. Look at all these Union cards. Jesus, I have so many. And here's another one. I have a bus pass in here randomly. Okay, get that out of there. I don't need that. A bunch of... I have a Seattle bus pass for some reason. I got my old-ass community college shit in here. Why do I have so many Union cards? Goddamn. You know what? That's not even a bad thing. I'm just saying. It's actually good to have a lot of them. It's not a bad idea, but anyway, I guess it's on that side. Anyway, let me check this side. Why do I have my old debit card in here? I don't even need this anymore. Why is this here? Let's see. So it might be in one of these. Yep, let's see here. I'm just gonna check these. I do not have it in here. I think I know where it is though, but I'm not gonna go fucking run over and go grab it. Why? Oh my god, now I have all these cards out, and most of them are unit cards. I'm just trying to stuff these fuckers in here. Get in there, bitch. Get in there, bitch. There we go. It's probably a site that lists all. Yeah, there's probably a local regional website that lists all these. I got arthritic. Oh, geez, there really are. Like, oh my god. I have ones that are all like not even from my current reps anymore. Dude, I have like ones from my like last 3 reps. Jesus Christ. I don't even need these old ones, I just need these new ones. I got 2 from my current ones, so I'll keep those. I don't need these other 3. I don't need all these other 3 ones. It's true. We own the right to live and fight. We're all of you. Turns on living upon your steel. We never try. So then fight together beneath the battle sky. What? Making a little noise over there. What? Brazilian House PDX. Hey. The Brazilian food is pretty good. I've had it once or twice before. I don't remember too much of it because it was kind of like one of those like rice meat dishes or something like that. I remember that much, but I don't remember too much of it. Was it Brazilian? I mean, honestly, there's so many different like food carts around here and shit. Like sometimes I, you know, like, might mix some of them up. He's a little baby. These other guys staring at me this entire... What? Just staring at me for like the last minute. What is it? What is it, little baby? You're looking comfy. You look like a little comfy boy. What? He's just staring me down. Look at him. Yeah. Look at you. Like at so. Hello, Golf. I like how it's like focusing on this stuff here more so than him. Aw, he's just laying his head down now. It looks. I think he thinks he's guilty. Tweaker Metal 2 would be next level cringe like Pee Wee Herman on cocaine. I don't even. That That I don't even know if it'd be even that, bro. I feel like it would be honestly kind of worse. What was the Viking food card? I honestly forget the name. That's why I wanted to try to find their business card, because I remember having that at one point. I know I have it in my room somewhere, because I have like a Ziploc with all these business cards I collected of different things that are around, or from like little local artists or shit like that. Or like, I know I have like some business cards of, you know, from like artists, you know, from like Furcon and this shit. So I know there's at least a few that it like, I know I have like a whole shitload around. I think that Viking card still exists. Oh yeah, Ripsy. Okay, so you, I think you know what the one I'm talking about. Yeah, because the one I know of is a Viking food card. It's called Viking Soul Food, I think. I think the one I'm thinking of, I don't know if that is the name of it, but that might be the one I'm thinking of. The one I'm thinking of, I think, had like some sort of a, you know, Scandinavian name of some sort. Viking Soul Food on Belmont. Well, yeah, you know what? Maybe that's the one. I think that's the one. Then, you know, maybe it's, I thought maybe it was some other name, but I think that might be it. Here, I'm gonna spring a leak real quick. Oh my god, that dog is seriously knows me too much. I say one thing and he thinks it's a fucking command. Don't give me that little Hufflepuff. Goofy boy, but look at you. So cute. Lots of Mexican carts. We have some Indian food, but not a ton. There's definitely a lot of different variations of Indian food around here. I've had some. Yeah, a ton of Thai carts. Hey. Goof. fuck do you want? What do you want? Yeah, that's what I thought. What a jerk. Chicken and Guns is fried chicken food cart. Oh, dude, Chicken and Guns. I think I've been there at least once or twice. Been there once, Melty. Nice. Chicken was good, but the potatoes were too greasy. Probably might have been made up in the fryer, so probably still had, like, you know, oil residue and stuff like that, if I had to take a guess. You know, I have a little bit of an itch, you know, to add on to my old little set list I've been working on for a possible. Yeah, I'm thinking, you know, next week I'll probably actually, you know, set up the karaoke stream potentially. And I think I, you know, need at least like 2 more to probably make a decent little set. So I have at least 2 in mind. But before I do, I want to at least have, you know, do one that I'm at least already familiar with and get warmed up with it. But then see if I can at least get one of them done. I guess depending on how the voice feels, get the other one going. Potentially. Does Portland have kosher carts restaurants? Probably. I don't know. Most restaurants seem to have a fusion of Greek and Arab sometimes on the menu. I know there's a lot of different food carts and stuff like that kind of do that around here. Halal is mostly the same as kosher, so yes, some of the cards advertise both halal and kosher. Well, there you go. I would assume so, I guess, to a degree, you know, so. We protest kosher and halal because of the ritual throat butchering. I got no clue. I've only seen like a few vegans out in the wild, and honestly, none of them are really pushy about it. They're just like, do you have any like vegan alternatives or any vegan stuff on the menu? And if you say, yeah, we have some stuff, you know, we have these things, or no, we don't, they're usually like, oh, okay. You can either order that or just move on to another food cart, like, or just somewhere else, you know? So it's like, honestly, at least around here, like, vegans aren't really like pushy. Not like vegans, more so animal rights activists. I mean, they are around here, but, I mean, they don't really do shit like that. You know, at least not in my experience, or at least from what I've been aware of. I'm sure they probably do every now and then, but I haven't seen that myself. They're animal rights activists, but they don't target food carts. Yeah, because there's no reason to really go after a food cart. There's a bunch of Indians, Pakistani restaurants out my way, but I think that's to cater to those that lived out here and work from India. Probably. But it's good food, though. Not the food costs so much, but just suppliers of culture such a law. Well, I mean, I'm sure they probably would go after, like, warehouses or, like, the main sources of it, but they aren't really in downtown Portland, so they wouldn't be around here, I guess, doing that. One's run by Syrians, the other's ran by Turks. Do they have a rivalry going? See, you know what? Unironically, they probably kind of do. There's probably like a slight rivalry between each other. You know what? Maybe not. Honestly, probably not. Maybe they're pretty chill with each other. I do wonder, lol. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I was making an assumption, but I mean, maybe I don't want to be too assumptuous. Who knows? Maybe they're actually chill with each other. There's some sort of Indo pack. Rushing my city that caused a stir because they put up a sign saying like Balahai are not welcome here. Well, yeah, that's basically just saying we are okay with segregation just for a very specific group of people. Like I can imagine just in general, you know, even despite, you know, that in itself, you know, causing stir. Small religion. Oh yeah, I mean, whether religion or ethnic people or whoever, I mean, still. I imagine that probably caused a lot of stir just in general. Good gyros for the first time last week. I probably fucked it up on America Waste, but it still tastes good. I imagine, yeah, I bet it probably did taste pretty good. Pretty confident I used the wrong type of pita bread at least. What the fuck is that, like? Oh, I see what it is. What are you doing? Wait, you looked at me stunned. I said that and you just went, what? Yeah, I'm calling you out, asshole. Apparently, Logan got 2 jobs. Why do that to yourself? Let me get 2 jobs, so I'm basically working 16 hours a day. We're at a Portland food cart setup. All over the place. I'm not even being hyperbolic. Like, I'm being serious. Like, they're everywhere. There's so many food cart pods. That's what I mean. Yeah, seriously. There isn't really exactly like I mean, we can name... I don't know. Like, I mean, there's so many. Like, there's so... Yeah, there's a lot of them. Pods. Yeah, like, well, they're basically just like, you know... either like blocks or like property where it's rented out as, you know, places where people who run food carts, you know, could go set up. For example, one of these places is called Cartlandia. That's one of them, and that's one of like dozens of dozens. Or a park or something. It's not like a park or streets that are blocked off. I mean, it's just like empty lots or, you know, like stuff like that usually. I mean, it kind of varies, honestly. I mean, it's, it really, I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain. I mean, because, like, you have, like, you know, various different empty lots, but they would be owned and usually rented to different places, but, I don't know. Some have streets blocked off. I mean, yeah, I guess, you know, to be fair, yeah, some places around here do have, at least when it comes to food pods and stuff, yeah. I mean, it is like that a little bit, but most are empty parking lots, yeah. That's usually what it is. Tremendous. Tremendous. Most of them in Portland don't move. Yeah, they usually just kind of stay where they're at. Mexican cards, Arab cards. We need to make sure these cards are setting up on the streets legally. They are? Like there's a whole permit process when it comes to owning and operating a food cart. Like not just like food permits, like food handler shit, but like there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. Oh, I see what you're doing. Never mind. I see what you're doing. Carts, these things, very serious things going on in our city. It's very tremendous. A very tremendous issue. It's very sad what's happening with these carts. I assume some carts are good carts. Have fun, your carts. Make no money. Nothing less than certain you'll see. We're only here to have fun. Shit, rock. Make lots of money. Nothing else matters to me. Cause we're here to get lit, talk shit, and make all your whiskey. Nothing else than certain you'll see. We're only here to have fun. Treasure chest party quest. Oh, wow, wow, hey. Treasure chest party quest. Mayor Trump on Portland's urban Mexican food. Dude, I mean, I don't even want to know what a Trump version of Portland, like a Trump version of a Portland, like a mayor of Portland. Dude, I don't even want to know how that would be. I'm fleeing to his borough. I'm staying where I'm at because luckily I don't get directly impacted by Malotna County / Portland. So I get to deal with the bullshit over here. Yay, Clackamas County is such a great place. Not really, no it's not. It's, I mean, kinda. It's more the city that I'm in that's okay. Well, the town that I'm in it's okay. It's actually alright. Everything else around it sucks. Want to get away from, far away from a shit show. We're only here to have fun. Come on, join the fun. Guys, enjoy the party. Nothing else to soon you'll see. We're only here to get fun. Just truck, make loads of money. Nothing else matters to me. We're only here to get lit, talk shit, and drink all your whiskey. Nothing else to soon you'll see. We're only here to have fun. Treasure chest party quest. No, wow, wow, hey. Should do some super hot stoner. Should be some super hot stoner goth chick. I unironically would love that. I'm not even kidding either. Like I'm being serious. Based instead of Portland's mayor is some middle-aged dumbass who happens to be a fucking cop bootlicking fucking corporate shitbag neolib. Yes, unironically, she should also have a big uncut dick. So a trans woman, a trans goth woman, fucking based. We're only here to get drunk, like shit, and drink all your whiskey. Talking else to see you'll see. We're only here to have fun. Yeah, right at that point, Hillsborough looks attractive suddenly. I know, right? Knowing our luck, she would still be a shit lib. Oh god, don't even say that, man. Don't even do that to me. Can you shut up, dog? It's a human. Wow, shocker. Who would have thought? Goofy ass little dog. Rinso isn't bad. The rest of Hillsborough is kind of ass-so, and Rinso is really expensive. I had a pretty hot trans goth stoner looking girl send me a message on Grindr saying she wants... Dude, you didn't tell me that, but I mean, well, I mean, honestly, for the chat itself, you probably could have left that last little part, maybe, you know, just a little, vague. But I mean, you know, honestly, hey, that sounds like, you know, I don't know, sounds like an opportunity right there. I don't know. I'd hang out with her, see what goes on with that. I'm not even kidding. Hang out with her, see what happens. I don't know. I don't know if even if you're not into that, I mean, that's a door, okay? You just got, you have a door open right there. Go for it, man. Dude, Lake Oswego's shitty because it's a bougie suburb. It's like a yuppie ass place. She basically said that to me after I said, "Hi, how are you?" Dude, just honestly, yo, go up to it, interact with her, man. You know, I'd say go for it, bro. Carl, go for it. Who knows? You never know what happens. I mean, the worst thing that happens is you get pissed on, I guess. But yeah, I mean, no, like, you really think I'm kidding? No, like, you know, I don't know, just, you know, go see where it was. I don't mind. No, I'm not saying that you're, like, I'm not thinking that you're being like, oh, I don't want that. I'm just saying, I'm trying to encourage you, my good man. As bro to a bro. Pursue such a thing. Go forth. That's all I'm doing. I'm trying to, like, it's like, go for it, do it. Yeah. I'm trying to push you. It's like, go on, do it. It's like, go on, you can do it. That's what I'm trying to do right there. It's like, cause, hey, I'm just saying, you know, who knows? I mean, you might actually have, like, you know, some sort of, you know, intimate experience with that. I'm just saying, you know. I mean, if you said, hi, how are you? And she's just, like, going flat out like that with it. I don't know, I'm just saying, dude. They rejected a bridge between Milwaukee and Lake Oswego for purely NIMBY reasons. They don't want the plebs to have easy access to their city. Yeah, they don't want working class people like me to go into their city. And fuck them. And you know what? Good. I don't even want to be in their fucking city. Shitty ass, yuppie ass, little fucking privileged little bitches. I've been to Lake O and it literally just looks like some bougie ass, like, modernized, like, oh, we're looking like, you know, a nice cutesy little, like, 1940s, you know, aesthetic look at town, and all nice and yuppie and pretty and modest. And it's like, you know, fuck your modesty bullshit, you motherfucks. Like I'm supposed to give a fuck about that bullshit. You want real? Visit ASEC Russia. Nah, dude, for real. Nah, yep. Dude, yeah, you know, honestly, I don't even have to say anything. No, I know. I believe you. Because I know it. Oh. Oh.
What are you doing in there, Thomas?
Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. I say build some footbridges between old black poor neighborhoods and the other areas. That's pretty nice. That's cool. Park Tiger is surprisingly bushy also. Yeah, it is. Tigers are mostly world class, but the Tiger Hills have huge McMansions. Yep. You want to get gritty, downtown has a few places like the M Hill Pub. Oh, dude, I love the M Hill Pub. I love how gritty it is over there. I haven't been to the Marathon though. Oh, it's actually putting it back in the. It's putting the bag in the can bin. I have an opportunity to put a new one in there. I'm gonna try to surprise him as soon as he puts it in there. Oh! Oh, I was trying to get it in there. Oh shit! I got your hand.
Right off the knuckle.
Oh, right off the knuckle. Damn, that's even better. You know what? I'm saying that's better. I got your knuckle, and
It's like a bullseye or something.
I was trying to get in the fucking... Dude, that was not... Oh, dude, I'm impressed. Oh, fuck yeah.
Right there on the edge of the... Another like eighth of an inch you would have missed.
Oh my god, dude. Right on his knuckle. Holy shit. Dude, that was impressive. Dude, I'm pumped up now. You just pumped me up. Holy shit.
Good try.
Damn.
Just glad it wasn't something real heavy.
True. Wow, that was awesome, actually. I didn't even mean for that to happen, but that worked out well. Hammy's closed last year, but they had the best late night pizza. Another kill for victim.
Like, what the fuck was that?
I was trying to, you know, I did say I was going to try to surprise you, but I wanted to just get it in there and just have it like flop in there out of nowhere, but hitting your knuckle works even better. And that reaction, like the what the fuck was, that was great. I loved it. You know what? That was good.
It wasn't like an ow, it was more like the what the fuck.
I know, yeah. That was just like a what the fuck of like surprise and shock, and it was great. I love that. That was awesome.
Had that on video.
I didn't even, well, I couldn't really do that and hold the stream. Like, I mean, that just had to happen.
I'm just saying.
Good thing it wasn't a bottle. Yeah, it was just an empty aluminum can.
Video shows. You can send it in.
Portland needs more late night food options. We only really have a couple late night Euro carts and Loyal Legion. Yeah, that's true. It would have been like that guy getting beamed in the head. Bonk. Dude, for real. Only for him, he would have just been knocked out on the ground, just probably. That's why you matter. Retaliate. Massive power of the beast. Yeah. More next. Do you like furries? If he did not like furries, then why would he be watching me? Late night cafe that would sell affordable basic bitch food. Hell yeah, dude. Except I'm for open hours, but I'm not furry myself. I need to drag you to Furlandia one of these days. Maybe we can change that. I don't know if I remember furries really being a thing in Minnesota. They probably weren't. Like, during the 90s, furries were kind of an obscure thing. It wasn't really until like the late 2000s and shit where furries kind of started taking prominence.
I could sue you for a couple $1,000,000 for emotional distress, but you just have to borrow it from me anyhow. So.
Dude, would you be willing to give a furry stuff a try, please? Ooh, ooh, would you give furry stuff a try, please? Ooh, I'll be your friend. Ooh. Here. Yeah, because of that, like, knuckle shot that I just gave my dad, I'm pumped up now. So, you know what? I'm kind of in the mood to try to do some of those sets, but I want to, you know, do one of the songs is a little warm up. I dealt with enough furry bees to last a lifetime in Montana. I mean, honestly, I bet even if I showed you Yif, Rip City, I'm pretty sure even then you would be desensitized. You'd just be like, oh, yep, yep, it's furry porn, oh, okay, yeah, I saw that all the time in Montana. You think I serve the front lines of Montana out in Bozeman. What do you think I am, some sort of a rookie? Are more flamboyant than Portland furries? Because I think your experience with Portland furries is me, and I'm not exactly, well, I can be very fucking flamboyant if you want me to, bitch. But like, I mean, I don't know, man. It's like, I don't know. I've seen some local Portland furs, and they low key be flamboyant. Furries in general tend to be kind of flamboyant, though. Is this kind of meh? Eventually, we'll make you one of us. Most of us are usually just gay twin kids. I'm okay with that. Anyway. Here. Actually, you know what? Just to make it not too total, I will transition into the sound so I don't immediately ear rape people. But Montana furries also orbited me for some reason. I met way too many furries there because we're everywhere and we're blood bound. Countdown, descending down to zero, bursting into flames. You can see the coming of a hero on this enchanting day. So stand up and be counted in the solar glance in the desert sand. No longer the hunted, united we are till the day we fall. A chain unbreakable, every link and ally to our mighty vow. We're bloodbound, we aim for the sun, the luminous moon, and take us high over ground. We're bloodbound, collecting the stars, we hold a power that is greater than all. We're bloodbound. Watch out, the heathens all around us. Always watch your back. We've got to listen freedom. Whatever they say, we know we'll stay. We're indestructible, and no matter what happens, we will rise above. We're bloodbound, we aim for the sun. The luminous moon will take us us high over ground. We're blood-bound, collecting the stars. We hold the power that is greater than all. We're blood-bound. Look into my eyes. Tell me what is hidden down and deep inside. Chains I'm about to break. It is everlasting freedom for us all. Otters are really cute. Otters are adorable, and you cannot change my mind. Don't make me laugh. Don't. Bound, we aim for the sun. The luminous moon will take us high over ground. We're blood-bound, collecting the stars. We hold the power together. We aim for the sun. The luminous moon will take us high over ground. We're blood-bound, collecting the stars. We hold the power together. Power forever. Power. We're blood-bound. Persona's a donkey. A donk. Venom, you're just memeing. Go fuck yourself. You blow-up bastard. Fuck you. What are your thoughts on, like, baby furries and shit? Not my thing, but whatever. I've actually met one, I've talked to one before, and he was actually a really cool dude nonetheless, so I'm fine with him, not all in all, but it's not my thing. Not really into it. It does kind of, weird me out a little bit, but, I've met people who are legit, like, actual, like, baby furs or whatever, and I'm, and they're actually pretty cool people, so whatever. I don't really give that much of a fuck. Even if I didn't meet them, I wouldn't really give that much of a shit. Probably the coolest one I met was Cyberpunk Furry. I think it's very Cyberpunk Fox. Oh, no, what they're called are, I think they're called Protogen. Like, they're basically like these, like, they're pretty much like a cyborg, like, furry, essentially. But, yeah, I know what you're talking about, though. Baby fur is hilarious. I'm not judging it, but it's absolutely absurd. Yeah, well, again, more power to him. I don't care. Anyway, another one. Welcome to my kingdom madness. You're just in time for the show. Welcome to my world of darkness, a place where unreal becomes real. Come drink my blood, wake the demon in me. Come taste the wine of my sins. Out of control without any fear of facing the madman. Out of control to find the gods of hell. You're out of control. Can't find find a shelter in hell space under my black wings of doom. Wind in the wasteland is howling. It's the wailing of ghosts from the past. Swing across the ocean of pleasure and pain into my fatal embrace. Out of control without any fear of facing the madman. Out of control, defying the gods of hell. You are out of control without any fear of facing the madman. Out of control, defying the gods of hell. You are out of control. Control without any fear of facing the madman. Out of control, defying the gods of hell. You are out of control without any fear of facing the madman. Out of control, defying the gods of hell. You are out of control. Control! I like seeing vids of going around eating people hugs, take pictures. I know, it's so wholesome, isn't it? As much as people say, like, the absurdity and the weirdness about furries, I mean, there is legit unironic wholesomeness about it. I did see your link. I just happened to click that before I saw that. So I'll go look at this. I love how the first thing I see is Matt Walsh is a fascist. Like, well, duh. No shit. I'm just in awe of Singapore's airport. Dude, holy shit, that's awesome. You got, like, trees and, like, a light rail system. Dude, that's awesome, dude. Look, that's cool. Alright, so what does this fucking filthy fascist fucking shitbag goddamn scum have to say? Singapore is able to have nice things in part because they execute drug dealers by hanging in a... Even petty vandals and thieves and beat them with a cane until they... Can we do that to you? Can we do that to you, Matt Walsh? And I'm just not even being hyperbolic with that. Can we unironically actually do that to you, you fucking absolute scum? We don't have nice things because we aren't willing to do what's required to maintain them. You know what? Not for the reasons you think, Matt Walsh, but I tend to agree. There's some who accuse me of advocating similar laws in this country, and I just want to clarify that, yes, I absolutely want those laws in this country. Well, let's start with you then, fucker. Gonna be first in line, you son of a bitch. You actual parasite, fucking rat bag, son of a goddamn worthless, actual diuretic horse shit fuck. Is there any other visceral words I can use? Like, give it to me. Like, what other, like, actual, like guttural, like, derogatory, like, visceral words that are just very broad that I can use? Because, like, I need, like, some of the, like, guttural of the guttural to describe such a... Just, I don't even know. I used up the ones I know. Scum liquor. Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, honestly, dude, I mean, frankly, like, I'm trying to think of at least the TOS-friendly ones. Because, oh boy, there's plenty that I could think of. Fuck, well, I'm proud of that one. Jesus, that was beautiful. That had like more dignity than fucking Mount Walsh ever had in his entire life. Not even the egg and sperm that made him have more, have as much dignity in that. Shove it back into whatever hole shat him out. Was that crazy on death penalty? Because he's literally an outright open fascist. That's why I really don't give a fuck about that son of a bitch. Like, I really could not really care about, like, whatever unfortunate potential circumstances may befall upon him. Actually, you know what? I can think of a fun little way to, you know, do something with him. But we'll just need a song to do it with, right? I'm in a little mood. You know, we already got 2 out of the way. Matt Walsh wins the Herman Cain Award. Well, let's make it. Right? With a little piracy. I do. I remember what happened to Frank and Hellraiser. That's a good one, too. I like it. No! It's too much. Well, I'm in a karaoke mood. I did say I was gonna do it. My friends that stand before you to tell the truth most dire. There lurks a traitor in our midst who hath invoked the captain's ire. Don't deserve no mercy, we ought to shoot him with a gun. But I am not an evil man, so let's first have little fun. We will tie that scoundrel to a rope and throw him overboard. Drag him underneath the ship, a terrifying, deadly trip. Keyhole, that filthy limb blubber, send him down to the depths below. Make that bastard walk the plank with a bottle of rum in the yo-ho. Keyhole, that filthy limb blubber, send him down to the depths below. Make that bastard walk the plank with a bottle of rum in the yo-ho. I will not say what he has done. His sins are far too grave to tell. It's not my place to judge a man, but for him we will burn in hell. The dust sharks will dine upon his flesh, and Davy Jones will have a soul. Take his money and his hat. He won't be near him where he's gonna go. But first let's tie him to a rope and throw him overboard. Drag him underneath the ship, a terrifying, deadly trip. Keyhole, that filthy lamb lover, send him down to the depths below. Make that bastard walk the plank with a bottle of rum in the yo-ho. Keyhole, that filthy lamb lover, send him down to the depths below. Make that bastard walk the plank with a bottle of rum in the yo-ho. I nominate Ignar to record himself doing chess quest. Yes. Not gonna work? Evidently it is. At least enough. We'll tie that scoundrel to a rope and throw him overboard. Drag him underneath the ship, a terrifying, deadly trip. Oh, Neho! After the landlubber, send him down to the depths below. Make that bastard walk the plank of a bottle of rum in the yo. Neho! After the landlubber, send him down to the depths below. Make that bastard walk the plank of a bottle of rum in the yo. Ignore was born too late. He missed his calling as a pirate singer. Yeah. See? Hey, it worked. I knew it. Though, to be fair, I've already done that one, at least. There was at least one more I was at least going to add to the set, which was at least another Ailstorm song. But we'll give it a little intermission. I didn't start you yet. Not quite yet. Hey, Zooks. Just to ensure that you shut the hell up. Here. Yeah, see this? Yeah. Yeah, this. Are you gonna come here? Come here. Come on. Oh my god, this fucking bastard. Come here. Oi. Come here. Get over here. Get over here. Oh my god, this bastard. Oi. Are you just gonna keep staring at me? Would you get over here? You know what? Fuck you then. Wow, of course you run up to it that time. Jackass. If we lock Matt and Ben's stone chest and throw it over the ocean, I think the world would be a much better place. It would. Throw those filthy landlubbers overboard. Make them walk the plank. Good ass little dog. Now he ran over there to go consume it. Dude, what, you fucking freak. Here. I actually want you sitting over here. I don't trust you. Get over here. Come here. Come here. How about just get over there at least? Yes, thank you. Jeez, make it a seat drift? Do you think Matt could beat Mike in a boxing match? Oh, Mike Figueredo? No. Dude, Mike look like he got that PDX, like, Pacific Northwest, like, lumberjack aesthetic going on. Like, what, do you think he don't got, like, a little bit of, like, a little pump? In comparison to Matt, yeah. Reverse that question. Do you think Mike could beat Matt in a bet? Yes. At that point, yes. Apparently, the race for the vacant Malobu County Commissioner seat is going to be between a former Nike executive and some lady who is at least somewhat progressive. Well, I hope that lady wins. At the very minimal. But here. Well, let's do this one. I want to at least see if I can add to the sound here. Keep the piracy going. Luckily, it's not that long either. Okay, I was a little worried. I thought I was going to cover version of the instrumentals. It's not. It's for years to the very day since a pirate captain said to me, "Hey lad, come join the crew. Adventure and glory waits for you." I took his words as gold, set sail for a quest untold. With a bottle of rum in my hand, I dreamed of wealth and foreign lands. Hey, you're backjacked, hey, you're screwed, and death is coming for you. Trapped on an island, lost at sea, shipwrecked you'll cease to be. Hey, you're backjacked, hey, you're screwed, then death is coming for you. Trapped on an island, lost at sea, shipwrecked your destiny. On the 16th night at sea, in the depths of toil and misery, we struck a hidden reef. Then our ship began to sink beneath. I grabbed some drifted wood and held on as long as could, till abandoned on the desert isle. Now stuck here till the day I die. Hey, you're Ben Jacks, hey, you're screwed. And death is coming for you. Trapped on an island, lost at sea. Shipwrecked to destiny. Hey, you're Ben Jacks, hey, you're screwed. And death is coming for you. Trapped on an island, lost at sea. Shipwrecked to destiny. Shipwrecked. Shipwrecked. Get drunk or die. Shipwrecked. Shipwrecked. Get drunk or die. Would you die either way, though? Alcohol poisoning? Oh, hey, you're back, Jack, hey, you're screwed. And death is coming for you. Trapped on an island, lost at sea. Shipwrecked, you'll cease to be. Hey, bad Jack, hey, you're screwed. And death is coming for you. Trapped on an island, lost at sea. Shipwrecked your destiny. Wow, really? Hey, shut the hell up. Get over here. Ollie. You little bastard. Come here. Wow. Really? Get the fuck over here. Was recording at the grease trap. What, the Defat Fry one, or the one that me and Venom did? Because that has been, the one that me and Venom did has not been uploaded yet. Defat Fried is a patron thing. Zukov, get over here. Yours? Yeah, that hasn't been uploaded yet. Zukov, oh my god. Oh, there you are. Yeah, hey, get over here. Yeah, see this? Come here. Come on. Come here. He's staring at me like a fucking weird-ass little pup, like, what the fuck is that? Would you get over here? Come here. Babe, what the fuck? What? Come here. Come here. Come on. Bye-bye. Get over here. Zukov. 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 Really? You're just gonna sit there? Seriously? Fuck you too then, bitch. What a cunt. What, you don't want me to, like, hug and cuddle you? You fucking little freak. Man. How's the fro feeling? Oh. It's a little harsh. Take a break on it. I did the 4. I was mainly honestly going to do just 3. A warm-up one and then those 2 that I did earlier. Out Control, then a Shipwreck, but the Matt Walsh thing got me kind of thinking about keyholes a little bit, because it was kind of like already kind of tangentially already there, and I was like, you know, fuck it. Hey, it worked, because honestly I need to do like some Pyro Metal at that Kenton Club anyway. So... Honestly, there's like a lot of different things I need to like, you know, like expand on and shit. Cause I know like, at least with this, I know there's at least, you know, some other songs that I could do that are more like what other ones I could probably do? I mean, I know I can at least do like ones that are pretty like the radio hit shit. Like I already know I could do a bunch of songs like that. I already know that at least with, you know, for the karaoke stream I'm gonna do at least some point, potentially at least next week, probably on one of my days off at least. You know, that I know there's at least like 2 Iron Maiden songs with that one. And maybe I should put maybe I should put like a Priest song in there. Now that I think about it. Ooh, Symphony of Destruction? Is there a karaoke of that? I won't do that now, but I wanted to see if there is. At the very least, is it a good instrumental version of it? Ooh, Peace Cell? Oh, fuck, that's a good one. Here, let me see. I did find Symphony of Destruction. Is it? Yep, it is. It is. Nice. All right. You know, all right. I found. Okay, cool. Sweet. So I mean, yeah, I might add that one to the list. You know what? I did see Peace Cells too, and that was from the same channel. So you know what? I already know I could probably do that one too. Oh, that's a good one too. Yeah. You know, I just expanded my set list by at least like. The fuck are you doing? By at least like 2 songs already, just with that alone, and at least potentially 3. So, or maybe 3 or 4. Like, I heard a pipe, okay? So now you're getting into some shit I really don't want you to get into. What are you doing? Are you being a little anarchist right now? Are you showing the rebellious nature at the moment? Because you haven't really been the bad boy tonight. Don't jeopardize it. Don't jinx it. Wait until tomorrow. Fuck. You're flexing about working 8 hours a week in response to people complaining about 40 hours a work week. Who's a good little pro? I hope your boss likes their new car and really worked hard for it. Oh, dude, you want to know what's something random that happened today? So, because apparently our store director is still in fucking Mexico right now, we have, like, some fill-in store director, and they wanted, like, okay, so basically when I showed, oh my god, okay, I didn't even, like, talk about my workday today. Oh my god, now I'm just reminded of it all of a sudden. Oh my god, Rose, you just put some PTSD upon me. You know that one point, like, when I took, you know that point where I started making some super chats about that, like, Kroger, you know, thing? That just happened to be my one fucking break that I had today outside of, like, once we closed up shop and I was, like, at their fucking, like, Andrew Tate Bugatti segment. Like, that's the last time I had a fucking break. Like, beyond that Kroger shit that they were talking about, that was my fucking break. I just happened to be the perfect fucking time to discuss some of that shit and put some of that forward. You know, so it's just like, oof. Yeah, it was a day today. And before that, it was straight up like, fucking, Kroger, well, okay, hold on. Like, so today, like, I walk in, the first thing that happens is, like, the guy that was pretty much about to leave because I showed up at 3 today, and his shift was over at 3. He was like, hey, can you finish the salve for me? It's like, hey, I hate to do it to you. I know, like, first thing you come up, just like, hey, do this for me. And, yeah, I'm just like, what, about to leave, scheduled till 3? And he's like, yeah, that's why, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, no problem, I can get it out of the way really quick. It's like, yeah, the rest of the stuff's right there. All you have to do is just mix it up and just put it in the, you know, salad case, and that's it. That's the last thing. I'm just like, cool. And then it's like, hey, there's, like, you know, some tenders, there's some fried chicken, there's this and that. Oh, there's some bake that, you know, is about to come out. And I'm just like, fuck. And then it's like, oh, whole roasters, you know, need to go out, the whole chickens. And I'm just like, oh, so I have to make those too. God damn it. And then, of course, you know, once I get once everything else gets put out and the whole birds are like the last thing to be dealt with, Oh no! All of a sudden, our phone rings out of nowhere, and usually, like, if it's like a customer or some person that's calling up our line, you know, because they want to, you know, do something, they'll be like, you know, attention, deli department 200 or 201, whatever the fuck. It will say some shit like that. No, that didn't happen. It was just straight, you know, like, you know, the phone ringing, and then it's like, oh no, they want those whole birds. Like, now they want it out, and of course, you know, I'm like, all right, so. At this point, and this all happened within like a span of 30 fucking minutes. Like, I'm not even 30 minutes in, I'm just like, oh shit, you know, I gotta finish this salad really quick, which I was able to do. That wasn't even really that big of a deal, pretty quick. And then the fried chicken popped out, and I was like, all right, now I have to run and grab that really quick. And then the baked came out, and I was like, shit, get that really quick. And then from there, it was just like, all right, once I got all that out, and it helped some customers in between all of this, by the way, because it was also kind of busy, so yay. And then once there was a little bit of a down period, and then that phone call happened, I was just like, I already, you know, as soon as it called up, it's like, yep, we got all that out, we got this and that, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, the only thing I haven't gotten to yet is Soul Roasters, and I already knew. I was like, just walk over there and start doing it, like I already knew. And while I literally was halfway through doing them, I look up out of nowhere and I'm just like, oh shit. And then the fill-in store director was right there, and oh my god, this guy literally looked like a fucking photocopy of my first store manager, like straight up, like the store director, like he literally looked like the photocopy of the first one that, you know, I had, where it's just like, you know, I was just like, what the? I honestly, for a split second, thought it was him again. I was like, oh god, no. I was like, Jesus. But I was like, then I saw his tag, his name tag, and it said a different name, and I just went, oh, okay, some other guy. I'm just like, and then he said, oh, the whole bird's coming out, and I'm just like, I just went, oh yeah, I got half of them done right now. I got some rosemary and garlic ones right there, and I'm about to get some traditional ones out right here. And he's like, oh, okay, oh, well, what's your name, blah, 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 and I'm just like, oh, my name's this, and he's like, oh, yeah, my name's this, blah, 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 and I had gloves on handling a whole bird, so I didn't want to, like, you know, he came in for a fist bump, and I was like, well, I'll give you a wrist, you know, because I have, you know, my shit going on, so. But luckily, you know, he was actually pretty chill. It's like, all right, well, I just want to make sure, you know, I'm just filling in, you know, while your store director's on vacation. I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. And then he walked off and did some other shit. I don't know what. So I was just like, oh my god, that's scary. Like, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie, that spooked the fuck out of me. I was just like, whoa. I mean, luckily, I was like, okay, he's actually chill. But I was just like, it took me aback. I was like, okay, holy crap. I was like, yo. Because I look up and he's just like this, just like, what's up? I'm just like, whoa. It freaked me out because I didn't even know, like, I didn't even, he came up like a ninja out of nowhere. And I was just like, what? Where did he come from? I didn't even expect that guy. I was like, who is this? It's like, yo. Okay, now, yo, where did my lighter go? I dropped the lighter. Where's the note? There it is. Martha Chudney's note made an unwelcome. Luckily, that was not who it was. Though he unironically looked like a photocopy of that guy. So I was just, I was honestly legit just like, what the fuck? You know, it did throw me for a loop. Oh, I have this picture. That's terrible. So much for the tolerant left. Oh yeah, Benito Mussolini. Yeah, you know, I have that picture. You know. Yeah. Pasta fascists. Pasta fascists. Is fascistini Alfredo. Well, this is unsettling. Experts, climate change could mean more polar bears attack humans. You know what? That's not unsettling. You know what? You know what? Understandable. Understandable, polar bear. I can get it. I feel you. Last week, a polar bear killed one adult and one child in a remote Alaska. Okay, well, I mean, maybe not the kids. In a remote Alaskan village of Wales. The horrific incident was the first attack of its kind in Alaska in 30 years. But some experts worry these encounters might become more common and the Arctic continues to warm. Well, duh. There's grizzlies, for fuck's sake, that exist because of this fucking thing. Like, grizzlies and polar bears, you know, mating and making grizzlies, like, those fuckers exist. Like, imagine the aggression and, like, fucking, like, the fuck lust for death, you know, of a grizzly bear, but also, like, the size of a polar bear. Like, yeah, let's fuck with that. That's awesome. That sounds like a great time. But look at this cute little polar bear. Look how cute he is. So cute, just sleeping there like a little, like a goof. I want to fuck with it because that polar bear is about the size of my torso with the head alone. And those ears are about the size of my hands, probably. And that nose, the size of my... I don't even know. The nose itself is probably the size of my fist. Like, this is a big boy. But look at this. Look at this big boy. He looks like Zukov sleeping right now, to be honest. Like, whoa. I'm a sleepy bear. Stop warning warriors to consequences of their actions. Let nature take its course. Only lives by convincing all my hog followers to stop taking insulin. If medicine worked for you, you wouldn't need to refill your... Wait, what? That's unironically retarded. like the what? Like, some prescriptions are meant for, like, long-term or sometimes even lifelong use because of, like, the ailments that it is, you know, like, treating. Like, what? Huh? What? It's like, it worked once, don't need to take it anymore because, like, it has, like, a permanent, like, dose or something, I guess. Huh? Same thing in the gas stove discourse. Don't even remind me about that. I barely tapped into that shit because, frankly, I don't even want to. But, yeah. Gonna leave my stove on to cook you libs. Okay, have fun. Yeah, and I hope that they have a very strong tendency to smoke a lot of cigarettes because this and natural gas don't go well together. Why stove? Because apparently there's like, like having a gas stove is, you know, not woke enough according to the right wing because, like, gas stoves are, I forgot all the specifics. Like, the gas stove bullshit is basically because, like, the Biden administration came out with, like, or at least, you know, something, you know, about it, you know, from the administration came out about, like, how gas stoves, you know, essentially, you know, have, you know, like, a lot of, consequences, you know, when it comes to a lot of, like, development, especially when it comes to the pollution from it and stuff, and it's some other shit. I don't know all the specifics about it, but because of that, you know, after a certain point, you know, like, any, like gas stoves being built into homes after a certain point is prohibited. So, thus, basically making it, so there's inductive stoves or like electric stoves and shit like that. That has stoves aren't safe in some of the right or fierce or best set studies. Yeah, okay, so Rip City basically explained it far better than I did. Scientific evidence that stoves aren't safe and some of the right are furious about it. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. It's and by administration, or at least an agency from it, was just like, yeah, we're gonna act based on that, and then and then the right had a conniption fit. You already walked it back. Oh my god, it's so. Oh my god. So the right one on that. Oh wow. See, oh my god. Animals are turning against us. Well, I already said that with the polar bear. Oh my god. What's going on here? Holy shit, what's going on here? Yo, what the hell? Oh. Some cities and states, Eugene and Milwaukee done it. We need to get Portland State to do it. Saturn. Whoa, Saturn. Does Saturn look like if it was the same distance as the moon? Well, the Earth wouldn't look like the way it does if Saturn was right here. Yo. Saturn. I will admit, dude, I mean, looking at it, Saturn for a telescope like this would be insane, dude. It's on the moon. I have electric also, gas is uncommon in Portland, luckily. While my stoves are electric, our houses ran through natural gas, so. Hopefully we can retrofit it and not have it be like that. Because that would be nice. Make sure that. There we go. So he's natural gas? Yeah. The heat is. Yay. I imagine there'd be some slight gravitational issues, but amidst slight gravitational issues, but amidst the constant tsunamis, it would be look pretty. So just don't live near the coast. Well, what the? I probably would be the coast because of the tsunamis. So it's didn't cover natural gas heat, so maybe it isn't as bad. Maybe it isn't as bad because it's primarily like I'm assuming just because it's being burned. That would be my guess. Because it's being burned, I would imagine because of that, like a lot of the pollutants would be burnt away. I don't know. Maybe there's just not as much studies about it. God damn it, I missed that one. With? What you need with? What? What's he saying? I know I missed. I'm aware of that. What in the hell is he saying? It's not loud enough for me to hear. So I don't even know what he's saying. I'm sorry, but soul food. One has to go. Desserts, barbecue, seafood, or soul food. God damn, dude. Dude, this is, nah, man, no. One? Nah, dude, nah, you know what, honestly, you know what, I might have to commit the ultimate sin. I might have to commit the ultimate sin. I think I have to commit the ultimate sin. Because, honestly, like, that looked too goddamn banging. That looked too goddamn banging. Dude, I see that stuffing. I see the stuffing. And this look like I don't know. Oh my god. I don't even know. Dude, that was hard. That's hard. That's hard. It's like kind of my head decision. Ignore no. I don't know, man. I don't know. Dude, it's hard. It's so hard. It's. Dude, I feel I feel like I fucked up a little bit, but I don't know, man. I don't know. That's soul food. I saw that mac and cheese. I saw the mac and cheese there. Can barbecue be soul food? I mean, yeah. Honestly, that was kind of what I was partially thinking. I would imagine it would overlap. Because I've heard of like barbecue soul. Like, I mean, it overlaps at the very least. And plus, there could be, well, think about it this way, too. There could be desserts in soul food and barbecue and seafood. Like, there's different desserts that complement those, right? So, it's not like, you know, just because you're looking strictly at that desserts, that means all desserts gone. You just have to use the desserts that are strictly in those criteria of the other foods. So, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's not like... I'm gonna make the loophole argument. I'm gonna use a loophole. I'm saying there's a loophole. You can, you know, just because I clicked desserts with that one, with that meme, does not mean I got rid of desserts. Because those other things, the soul, the barbecue, and seafood, like they're well, seafood maybe not, but at least if everything else, like there's definitely some desserts with that. Go loophole. Exactly. See, that you know what? That just made that decision a lot more comfortable for me. I found a loophole and I exploited it, and that made it feel a lot better. I mean, I do limit myself because there's a lot of dessert that I am rejecting myself from. I mean, it's still a hard decision, but pumpkin pie is kind of a part of that soul food, at least what was displayed as an image. Right? So it's like, that's a dessert. You know, so I don't know. You know, it's like you can make some loophole excuses. You just have to use it that are strict within the criteria of them. That's all. I mean, I don't play by those rules, but if we have to go by the logic of that meme, you know, that's my logic. And it said nothing about loopholes. So. In a short time, in the grand scheme of things, we may not have much seafood much longer. That's true. I guess in a way I could get rid of that because, I mean, fundamentally we're not going to have it anymore outside of salmon maybe, and even then that's on the chopping block. So This smell like a bitch to anyone else? What is this? Yep. We got ourselves a landlubber. Pathetic. What have you done to this chair? Oh my god, look at this dog. Look at him. Will it focus on him? Is it gonna focus on him? Oh, there we go. What is up with you? Oh my god, really? What's up if you phone? Do I have to like stretch all the way over here for him? Well, fine, maybe I will. Seriously? Focus! Wow, it really does not want to focus. What is it focused on? It's not focused on anything. Come on, just... Why am I snapping at a phone like that's gonna fix anything? It's just like, okay, wow. Fine. I'll just zoom right up on him. You little thick, chunky boy. You look like a little bean. You look like a little cocoa bean. A little fluffy little cocoa bean. Stupid goddamn fucking... I gotta figure out if there's like a way to like... That's stupid autofocus. And will the phone balance itself properly? There we go. Ah! I was hoping, but no. Nay, it did not happen. Okay, it looks like... There we go. That reminded me. Discover SpongeBob's secret? What was it?
King crab. Tell me if this sounds familiar.
Huh?
This can't be fucking possible. These are king crab legs. Tell me if this sounds familiar to you.
Oh my god. Whoa. Damn. Damn, son. You know what? I actually am thoroughly impressed with that. I did not expect that. Wow. I'm actually legitimately kind of surprised with that one. So, damn. That's how they did it. Wow. You know, I honestly thought they were using, like, you know, some marambas or some shit like that. Or just, like, had, like, a... What are those, like, sound, like, music blocks or whatever the fuck they're called? I forgot the exact name of them. I know they're, like, blocks, basically. But they are, like, made specifically to be a very specific type of sound, you know, for different notes and shit. And I honestly thought that's what it was. Like, it just had, like, a very specific block that they just used and just sort of, like, rapidly, like, you know, doing that, basically, you know? Like, I honestly thought that's what it was. But no, they just were, like, you know, just, like, rapidly, like, clinking those things. Okay, you know what, that... I'm thoroughly impressed with that one. You know, I will admit. You learn something new every day. Because I know there's like, because I saw like not even like 2 weeks ago maybe, where there's like a video that I saw of some guy who was a musician that was using those little like music blocks and shit to try to get to that exact sound, and also in the same beat, you know, of how Mr. Krabs walked, because there was actually kind of a very slight rhythm to how he walked. And the guy was basically trying to reenact it, you know, as much as possible with one of those little blocks to the sound and to the beat as well. And he got pretty close to it. But honestly, that makes a lot more sense with the King Crab Legs and knowing that it makes basically the exact sound, you know, and everything. Oh, you know what, like, that's pretty impressive, actually. Wow. I feel like did they just like clink them together, or were they using like, you know, like little you know, sticks or something? See, that's what I wonder. You know, were they using like little small percussion sticks, you know, like those little small little light ones, you know, or like were they just clinking them together? Like, and see, that's what I kind of want to wonder now. I mean, there's gotta be some behind the scenes footage and like, you know, and all that type of shit. I mean, there's gotta be some of that around. I'm sure there's like, well, I mean, there can't be then if like everyone's like speculating how in the fuck they did it. So, you know, like, shit. Someone should just ask like the initial, you know, creator of the fucking shit and just ask them. Just be like, yo, what did you use, you know, for the Mr. Krabs walk? Watch him be the most randomest of shit, dude. Like, watch him like be like some random ass like hollow wood, like, it's like, I don't know, like some wooden vase or some shit, and they were just like bonking it with like a stick or something, and they just like, hey, this makes a decent little sound or some shit. I mean, watch it just be the most absurd shit. Like, honestly, it's like, hey, this audio sounds like it would be like, you know, good walking sound. they just like sampled it and went with that, you know. It's like, no, you know what? Imagine just being literally like some random ass like wooden square thing that they were just like bonking, and they're like, let's make a rhythm out of this. You know what? This sounds like a good walk. Sounds like, you know, good Mr. Krabs walk right there. We'll use this. Because honestly, that's how a lot of audio and movies and shows get made. Like, it's not like what you think it is, basically. It's literally random inanimate objects. Like, let's say like a organic thing is being crushed, like, you know, somebody's being crushed, or like, you know, or someone's bone is breaking or something like that. It's actually things like vegetables and stuff like that that are being used to make those sounds. It's not like someone's bone breaking, obviously. Like, that'd be pretty unethical. So, you know, they use different things, you know, to kind of substitute, you know, at least as close as possible. And at least a part of that is, you know, using things like, you know, celery or, you know, other different vegetables. And of course, there's all sorts of other different little techniques, you know, to make, you know, sounds that are pretty equivocal to the real thing, so to speak, that, you know, could be slightly edited to sound close enough to what it actually is, so they can make, you know, make it, you know, kind of as realistic as possible for the film, or for the show, or whatever they're doing, whether animated or not. Though if it's animated, they got a lot more liberty to pretty much use whatever fucking noise they want. You know, so, I mean, like, that's kind of the cool thing about, like, animation. So that, now I want to know. Was it like King Crab Legs? Was it like a wooden block? Like, what the fuck were they using for Mr. Krabs now? Like, I mean, because, like, seriously, now I'm speculating. Because now I feel like it was the King Crab Legs, because at least how it sound was pretty much identical, but now I'm just wondering, like, you know, was it that, or was it just something that just happened to sound something like that? Like, and it's in my head now, damn it. I'm gonna start thinking about that. Start doing like some deep online analytical internet research or some shit, spending hours before I go to bed just fucking figuring out, deep diving. Make a video essay about it. What are you doing over there? Oh, he's dreaming. He's just flicking his paw because he's dreaming. Oh. He looks so cute in his little ball, just streaming like that. He looks like he has just like this gigantic shit-eating grin on his face too while he's dreaming. I'm assuming that is for a purpose, and he found like a steak or something like that, or he made a little friend or something. I don't know. I always wonder what dogs dream about. I will admit. Goofball. Anyway, yeah, what time is it? Yeah, it's pretty much almost at 3:30 mark, and oh shit, it's actually almost at the 4:20 mark. You know what? That actually sounds like a kind of a good little bow. I think to wrap things up with. Oh, is he stretchy? Is he stretching? Oh, he's stretchy. Oh, he had a little stretchy. Oh shit, he just sprung up out of nowhere like a little spring ball. Okay, careful. Okay, Sukaf, if you're not careful, you're gonna like poke the back of your head with that broken ass chair. And I'm not really gonna feel that bad because you kind of had it coming because you have destroyed that chair so many, just 8,000 ways till Sunday. It's ridiculous. Hi. You had a good little dream? See a little dog. But anyway, get the last little bit of this bowl cash out. Then put a little nice little bow on a little bit of the stream here. There we go. Anyway, I'll call go for the rest of the night. So, peace out. I should see y'all in that little